Let me feel your love again.
Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome to the Patreon 2.0 clone. Without further ado, guys, let me know where you're watching from right now. Let's jump straight into a live demo of the application. Here we have it, guys. Patreon 2.0. I can already see the chat popping off, guys. You guys can see it for yourself. A beautiful, gorgeous app that you're going to learn how to build today with subscriptions, tier-gated features and access, full payment flow. So we have everything to support payments and everything in between in the mix here. You guys can go ahead and upgrade your packages. You can go ahead and add on add-ons and everything. All of this powered with authentication at the back. And to make things even more powerful, we added a full CMS flow in the backend. So we have everything down to the posts, down to the VIP messages where you can get DM'd to the creator if you're a VIP. Also, all of the comments, everything is all stored in Sanity's CMS platform. So this is a full build right now. You guys can go ahead and check it out yourself. We're going to dive in just a second. We've got Sierra Leone in the house, Cape Town, Tanzania, Nigeria, UK, Canada. What is up, guys? I see all of you in the chat. If you are ready and excited for this one, just do me a favor, smash the subscribe button and hit the like button. I see some OGs. Sahib, what's up in the chat? Good to see everyone in here today. We're going to go ahead and break down the entire build right now. But first, let's go ahead and dive into some of the features, right? So immediately upon signing up into the app, you're a level 1 Backstage Pass member, right? So what we're going to essentially be doing in this app, so obviously right now I'm logged in. Let's go ahead and log out and start the whole flow from the absolute beginning. So if I'm not logged in, we have a beautiful sign in button. Clerk is amazing as always. We're going to go ahead and show you how to go ahead and do that. And right now, obviously, we're restricting the posts. This is a website for someone who is a creator. So we're building this. And imagine you want to build for those of you who don't know what Patreon is, it's basically a way that you can support your favorite creator. So let's assume I built this Patreon page, fully mobile responsive because your boy doesn't skip corners, and also dynamic social icons. Everything, by the way, is customizable via Sanity. So if I want to customize the banner or anything of that kind, all of it is real-time fed through via Sanity, and we can go ahead and change all of this. We can change this to, let's say, Sonny, Sangha, and I go ahead and hit publish, and we will see in real time. I'm not going to refresh. You guys will see in real time. This will get fed over onto the left-hand side. It publishes the change, and bam! Everything is real time. Look at live content lake in action, including the description, the header logo, the main hero image, the logo that we have over here, as well as our social media links. All of these dynamically able to be pulled through. Absolutely amazing stuff. Call to action text, all this cool stuff, including the pricing details. So much cool goodies to look forward to here. If we were to go ahead and just change this to, let's go back to Sonny because I prefer the page looking like that. But in this case right now, you can see we're locking all users out, right? If we go ahead and sign in, we can go ahead and support a bunch of sign-in protocols, which I'll show you how to do in just a second. But let's go ahead and sign into my account right now. So I'm signing in via Google. Very popular. Most people tend to set it up this way. And now you can see dynamic buttons. Firstly, incredible. We're tier gating features. You guys can see upgrade to VIP to message your creator. Also, notice how this become a member button. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit, but you guys can see, look, we've got access to level 1 Backstage Pass posts. These ones are level 3. I can't access that one. We've also got level 2 posts. If I was to try and click into that, you see, firstly, beautiful loader, and you see it says support my work. Everything is dynamic in this app. It's absolutely incredible in this case. So let's go ahead and change the our plan. So in this case, I want to upgrade my plan to, let's become a crew member. So I want to be able to comment on a post. If I was to go ahead and check before this, I want to prove to you right now. If we go to a post, so I have access to this one, go down, you see upgrade membership to comment. So firstly as well, the guys just briefed over this. Look how beautiful the UI is. You're going to learn all of these tricks and tips in today's build. I'm going to teach you everything from the ground up. All I ask, again, just destroy that like button. You know how you do it over here at the Papa Fam. Destroy the like button. You guys know what to do. Let's go ahead and jump into the crew membership. Let's go ahead and click on add-on. This is powered by Schematic. Absolutely incredible stuff here by those guys. You guys can see here, we can even add add-ons. So in this case, let's go ahead and give Sonny a month of coffee, right? So there you go. Works out all of the change. Checkout, already added a card to the account. Boom, pay. And just like that, we will go ahead and upgrade our membership to level 2. So let's go ahead and let that go through. And then pow, just like that, you guys will see we will now have a level 2 crew membership. As you can see, we're still not allowed access to the VIP membership, which is fine. We can go ahead and see we've got our invoices. We can unsubscribe, everything powered by the guys over at Schematic. So let's go ahead and see. Now I should be able to comment on a post. And well, hey, we can. So now if I go ahead and say, hey, this is awesome. And we go ahead and hit OK. Now you can see in real time, that's going to go ahead and post. And then the comments will fly through at the bottom right here. We've got live little features like so. Let's go ahead and see a post with someone else's comment. So Jay's added a couple of dummy posts here. So shout out to Jay. And let's go ahead and see where's here we have like 2 comments. So you can see right now, boom. Oh, look, we've got Jay and John Doe posting in the mix as well. Absolutely awesome stuff, right? But let's go even one step higher here. Let's go to level 3. So let's go ahead and do a VIP access. And I'm going to go ahead and do this now. And you see, we've got usage-based pricing here. So 50 DMs per month. And you're probably wondering, wow, we're going to have to do webhooks and all this other crazy stuff. Well, no, I've literally simplified it massively thanks to Schematic. So let's go ahead and click pay now. And you guys can see right now, it will automatically trigger a bit of a refresh. And you guys can see, boom. And you see how the dynamic change occurs. Thank you for supporting VIP access, $19.99. We gave a month of coffee as well. And we'll have all of the invoices. By the way, all of this is powered by Stripe. So under the hood of this, it's running through Stripe, which is absolutely amazing. So all of this is actually build the user, right? And in this case, we've got 50 DMs left, and you can see we've used up 0 so far. And look, the button is now accessible. So if I click it and we see direct message. So let's go to the content at the back and see VIP messages. Not only have we got custom views, so I've got new messages over here as well. Let's go ahead and give myself a custom message. So in this case, I'm gonna say, yo, Papa Fam from YouTube. Hit enter. We've got lovely little Sonny notifications. Boom. And guys, check it out. Yo, Papa Fam from YouTube. So now the creator can log into their protected dashboard over that we've gone ahead and created here. So this was the creator panel, the admin panel. They can see that, okay, Sonny from Sonny.Sangha@gmail.com messaged me, yo, Papa Fam from YouTube. If I'm happy, I can either A, reply to this person, just email them back, or I can go ahead and mark it as read, publish a change, and you'll see it will disappear from my unread message column. And now it's gone into the read messages column, which is absolutely awesome. So we've literally built everything into the mix here. Super, super nice, super, super powerful. You can manage your account. Beautiful little UI bit over here. Head back over here. And now we should have access to the level 3 VIP access posts as well. And again, as I mentioned, everything always, as you know, as we do it over here, is mobile responsive. So we only build the correct way always. Okay. So tons and tons of stuff to go ahead and get, you know, covered in this mix. I believe I've covered most of the features right now, but in this case, I just want to show you as well. I want to highlight and stress the point here that if we were to go to, for example, posts, and here you can see you don't need 100 tools, you need 5. Now, in this case, a lot of websites nowadays, you might be wondering, oh, we're going to have to redeploy, and that's going to mean that we're going to have to go ahead and do a bunch of other stuff and this and that. In this case, because we're using Sanity's live content lake, we can actually go ahead and say, you don't need 99 tools, you need 5 to actually master. And if I were to just simply hit publish, every single user now will go ahead and get that update. You see that? In real time, it goes ahead and changes. That is absolutely amazing. And this is something that we can go ahead and I recommend you to add into all of your builds. This is absolutely an incredible build for many, many reasons. You guys can go ahead and cover subscriptions, tier gating certain, features, and basically behind feature flags, full authentication flow, everything inside of one app. Now, this is not a marketplace app. So this is not, creators can come on. This is specifically for a single creator. So imagine you would approach a creator and say, I'm going to build you an awesome platform where users can subscribe to basically certain tiers. We've done that on purpose this time to go ahead and showcase more of the subscription side of things. But for sure, you can go ahead and customize this and turn it into a Stripe Connect marketplace if you want to. But as we go ahead and I think in itself is absolutely huge because you guys can see dynamic buttons everywhere. And we also have a nice little filter here. So if I want to filter and just see the VIP access, we can go ahead and see for ourselves. It will only show me VIP access posts. And again, everything's super clean, super slick. Every single one of my builds has a new nugget and a new gem inside of it. So make sure you pay attention to what's new in this one. And let's go ahead and jump straight into it. I'm going to go ahead and shout out some of the comments right now. We've got, myself, yeah, volume seems pretty good. So this is absolutely, yeah, you're going to have to use Stripe behind the hood of this one. So if you don't have Stripe, what I recommend is when you set up your Stripe account, you simply go ahead and just select something like the United States or United Kingdom. Remember, unless you're going to production with these apps, you can go ahead and pretty much get away with that for a demo developer account. That's completely fine. What I'd recommend is everyone does that because it's going to allow you to put on your portfolio as a test developer account, regardless of if you're in India, wherever you are in the world, where it may not be supported. So do that, add it to your portfolio. And if you go to production, then of course you have to be in a place where Stripe is supported. But there is no excuse. Everyone can go ahead and do it. So without further ado, let's dive straight into it. And by the way, everything is using TypeScript. Everything is using Next.js. Yeah, all of the top standards are in this build and there's so much to go through. So I'm going to go ahead and dive straight into how to get started. So a couple of things. In the link, the first link of the description, we have a couple of things. So I want you to go ahead and pay attention to those. The first thing is, we're going to be using 3 different platforms or sort of systems behind this, right? We first up have Schematic. Schematic is powering the payments of this entire app. So if you go to the link in the description, when you click that link, you'll see welcome Papa Farm, use a discount code for 1 month off the team plan Papa Farm, right? So if you go ahead and do that, you get an absolutely big discount. But by the way, they do have a free plan. So you absolutely have a free plan here. But this is an amazing platform. If you've never heard of Schematic, you guys are going to love it today. You can basically go ahead and launch all of the payment, all of the payment side of things in the app with ease. We do not have to mess around with Stripe webhooks. We do not have to mess around with all the little nitty gritty things. All we do is we simply set it up with Schematic and then we access the SDK from Schematic and everything else is covered for us. So we're going to go ahead and dive into this. Then, of course, we have Sanity. Sanity is the content management system behind the entire build. It allows us to have an absolutely huge admin-powered dashboard. It's just so awesome what we have here. And by the way, if you use code Sonny, you get a boosted plan, which doubles the free trial. And again, Sanity also has a generous free tier. So all of this can be used. And all you need to do to get that is use the link in the description. So you guys can see massive companies use Sanity. There's a reason why we love this app, okay? This is actually the old build. So we need to update that. Jay, we need to update that one. This is a Patreon clone, not the Reddit clone. So we have Sanity in the mix as well. And then we also have, what's it called? Oh yeah, 0 to full stack. I'll mention that in a minute. And we have Clerk for the authentication. Clerk is powering the entire authentication of the app. And of course, if you don't know about Clerk, I don't know where you've been living under a rock or whatnot, but basically authentication, we don't want to handle authentication solo. Yes, many people argue that you should build it solo. I disagree massively. If you're building SaaS products, offload the authentication to someone who does it as their full thing, because if anything goes wrong there, you are going to get massively penalized for it, but no one is going to clap for you if you get authentication right. So this is where I truly, in my own software house, in my own SaaS apps, we do not handle authentication ourselves. Can we do it? Yes, we could, but we just offload to Clerk because Clerk gives us such powerful features out of the box. We have full authentication features. We have things like verification codes, session management, SMS and email one-time codes, fraud detection, even those little notifications where it's like someone suspicious has logged into your app. Everything is included with Clerk out of the box, including bot detection, passkeys, all of that amazing stuff, in even magic links. So out of the box works with all of your favorite apps right there and then, as well as your favorite backends. So you guys can go ahead and literally use it with ease. So this is why I recommend it. I only push the stuff I believe in, guys. So this is literally what you need to be focusing on right now. So before we jump into it, all of the code is available in the Papa GitHub repo. You can feel free to go into the link in the description and there is a code to go ahead and go access it, or you can code along for absolutely free, right? So there's literally option A and option B. Feel free to choose whichever one you wish. And if anything at any moment feels too intense or too heavy or too tricky in this build, remember every single thing that we cover in today's build, we first cover it inside of 0 to Full Stack Hero 2.0. This is my flagship course. You can go ahead and feel free to join us. This is our course and community. It's not just a course. It's literally the best developer community on the planet, period. I do coaching in there every single week with 2 different versions. We have the Papa Diamond and Papa Platinum. Either way, you're getting covered. Diamond has got weekly calls, which are absolutely awesome. And we cover all of this amazing tech inside of it, right? So we've got loads of stuff going on here, as well as everything that you see on my YouTube channel, AI agents. We've got all the latest and greatest stuff, including if you simply scroll down, you'll see some of our amazing students for yourself, right? So if you got any hesitation in today's build, or you find that it's too tricky, too hard, and you want a bit more support, then make sure you go ahead and check out papareact.com/course and jump into 0 to Full Stack Hero today, okay? So this is something which I highly shout out, because I honestly, we have nothing but true results inside this community, and I bloody love our students. We have over 1,000 students as well. So there you go, guys. And we also have some OGs in the chat right now, so feel free to chat away with them. All right, guys, without further ado, let's jump straight into this build. So first things first, let's open up Warp. So I'm going to open up Warp, which is my, my terminal. You can feel free to use Warp or whatever you want. It really does not matter. Let's go ahead and jump straight into what I like to do. You don't have to do this. I like to do it. So I like to go into documents/builds. So I don't have to do CD because I've got my ZSH installed. But in this case, we're just going to go ahead and do so it's actually create next app. So I'm using I'm using PMPM. If you're not using PMPM, all you have to do is npx create next app at latest, and then you simply put in a name. So I'm going to write Patreon YouTube build. Hit enter. Okay, and this is going to set up a starter template for us. Okay, so everything is going to get set up for us. All of the defaults are okay. So I'm going to simply hit enter on every single prompt. And make sure you got some coffee today, because it's going to, I'm telling you, it's going to be a bit of a build. It's not going to be a crazy long one. My goal here is 3 to 4 hours. 3 to 4 hours. I say it twice because I'm not sure. I get carried away a lot of the time, but let's go ahead and jump into this. We're going to do CD Patreon YouTube build. And now to get started off, you can either do code dot if you're using VS Code. I am using cursor, so we're going to do cursor dot, right? And before you freak out and, oh my God, he's using cursor. Cursor is awesome. Does not mean I vibe code. Okay, there are ways to use cursor. I use it in a very sensible way. Okay, that's absolutely. So yeah, guys, make sure you smash that like button right now. We're almost at our first 100 likes already, which is absolutely crazy. Just make sure you destroy that like button, and let's carry on strong. So first up, we're going to go ahead and set our app up. So we're going to get things running off the ground. I'm just going to cut mode app. So there you go. We do Command J to open the terminal. And first thing we do is PMPM dev, right? I'm using PMPM. If you're not using PMPM, it'll be npm run dev, okay? PMPM is nice because it means that we don't have node modules bloating our computer. It's a very nice, simple way of doing it. All right, so where have I got 3,000 running? Oh, yeah, there we go. So I'm going to cut it off now. It should be okay. There you go, 3,000. And then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do localhost 3,000. So there you go. We should get to this starting point. This is our starting template of our app, okay? Now, the first step I want you to do is we have to set up some of our accounts, because we're going to need things like Clerk, we're going to need things like Sanity, and we're going to need Schematic to get started with this build. So let's go ahead and get those things set up firstly. So we're going to go firstly into let's start off with Clerk. So what I want you to do with Clerk is, again, head over to the link in the description, hit the Clerk link, and then click on Start Building for free. Okay, now once you're here, I want you to go ahead and hit the dashboard button. So we're going to go to our dashboard. And in this case, I'm just going to log into my account. So I'm just going to log into, I always forget which account I end up doing on dev, but we can just do this one for now. Personal account. And then what I want you to do, for you guys, I've got Patreon clone, but I'm going to click on create application. And I'm going to go ahead and simply pop in, let's go ahead and say Patreon YouTube, right? And now here's the cool part about Clerk. You can simply toggle on different authentication providers. Let's do Apple as well. So on the Apple, maybe GitHub as well. And you see we've got all three now. Click on create application. And just like that, we have authentication getting set up in the backend, right? So this is pretty cool. Copy this quick start as a prompter for LLM. So you can even go ahead and do that as well. This is very good. So this is actually if you want to go ahead and have LLMs powering your cursor environment, for example. So for example, I just copied a prompt, and that prompt, I believe, yep, you guys can see here, we have a prompt here as well, which is very, very cool. I'll show you how to go ahead and do that in a moment. And this is something I see a lot of companies doing now, where they're giving the LLMs such as Cursor, such as, all of these other, vibe coding platforms. I forgot what the other one is, Windsup, I think it is, right? But you can go ahead and use these in your own way. So we're going to click on PMPM here, and then we're going to do our Clerk. Smart Driver, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Welcome to the channel. The music's super low right now. My bad, guys. There you go. We're good now. Right, that should bring it back. Sorry, I lowered it so much. Right, so in this case, what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and open up a second terminal. The left terminal has the app running, and the right side has pm add clerk. You guys can hear the music now, right? And then once that's down, we've got our environment variables. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And now what I want you to do is create an environment file. So in this case, we're going to go to the top at the package.json level, and we're going to go ahead and create a new file called .env.local. Nice. And I want you to go ahead and paste. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try my best to not, go ahead and show my my keys off here. But if I paste in, you guys can see Clerk secret key and next public Clerk environment, right? So next public means it's available on the client renders. And when you don't have next public, it's only going to be available on server components or server renders. So at this point, I'm going to save the file, and then I'm going to close that file. So now we've got our env local file open. That's awesome. Okay. So that's all good. And then we have to set up our middleware. So I'm going to go back to full screen now. I'm going to copy this file, the middleware file. And at the top level here, we're going to create a new file called middleware.ts. And we're going to paste that in. Now, what is middleware? Middleware essentially means that this is going to go ahead and run every time a request flies through our app. So what we're doing here is we're essentially running the authentication through every request. And what this can allow us to do is protect certain routes or whatever we want to do. So that's why we include it inside of the middleware. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and, oops, I've actually clicked the wrong thing. Bam. Let's go ahead and open this up. The next step is after the middleware, we're just going to go ahead and firstly, I want you to make sure, hit the refresh on your app. And oh, you can see we've got a middleware. Cannot find the middleware module. That's interesting. 1 minute, let me figure out what's going on here. So what you may have to do is restart the build over here. Let's go ahead and restart our build, pm dev. And then I want you to go ahead and hit the refresh button. So in this case, now you can see compiled middleware. Yeah. You want to make sure you get back to this page, and then you're good to go. After we've done that, we need to go to the layout. Okay, so app layout. Now this is the starting point of our app. To make it very simple, I'm just going to get rid of some of the fonts. So I'm going to get rid of some of the bloat here so you guys can see exactly what's going on, right? So let's just go ahead, and even this, I'm going to keep it so simple, right? So in this case, this is the starting point of our application, right? Globals.css has all of our Tailwind stuff inside of it. And then we have our metadata. Now in this case, let's go and say Patreon, YouTube build clone, and then let's go ahead and change this. And you can see that auto completion is cursor, right? Do you need cursor? No. Does it help out? Yes, it helps you become a faster developer. Okay. So everyone is truly in focus mode right now. So once we've got that down, this is where the app essentially renders. So children is page.tsx. So this is essentially what's getting popped in here. So if I was to change this, so in this case, let's go to our div, and let's just everything inside the div, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of. I'm going to say h1 hello world. Okay. And now you can see that we've got hello world. And if I remove all of this pre-styling, which is Tailwind CSS, you can see we've got a base hello world app. Now this essentially gets popped out of here and put here. That's kind of how it works, right? So that's how the children works whenever you're rendered inside of a root. So what we have to do now is actually wrap our layout in the Clerk provider. Okay. So what we do here is we go over, and you can see it's surrounding the HTML. So in this case, we go to the top level and we say Clerk provider, Clerk provider. And then we basically pop that around our app and we import that from Clerk Next.js. Now, once that's done, what's good, guys? What's up, Gurk? Hey, son of a code. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the build, I guess. And then if you hit refresh, you should see we're still working and it's all good. Now, once you've done that, you're great to go. So that means we're pretty much good to go. It's working and everything is looking pretty great. Okay. So at this point now, what I want to do is I want to show you a little trick as well. So remember those prompt rules that we had here? So this one here, copy prompt. I want to show you how we can actually import that into our cursor. So cursor has context of what Clerk is and how to use Clerk. So the way we can do that is in cursor specifically, if you create a new folder and we do .cursor/rules. Now what I can do is I can create a new rule file. So in this case, I can say clerk.mdc, and you see how it's got a new rule file. Okay. Now here you can say, okay, every time we want to use this rule file, so if I paste it in here, you see that's the prompt that they gave us, add Clerk to Next.js app router. Okay. Now in this case, so what this is doing is it's actually adding it. Okay, so that's actually setting the app up for us. So in this case, you would actually go ahead and use this if you want to do all of the steps I did. So I'm not going to include this one now, but we're going to have definitely one for Sanity in a moment that we're going to go ahead and create, right? But in that case, what you could have done is copy the prompt, open your agent and paste in that prompt. And then it would have actually gone ahead and done those things which I just did manually, essentially. Okay. So we could have done that. That's definitely a way of approaching it. But in this case, I've shown you the manual way, which I think is a good way of knowing how to do it, right? So we have that working. Great. Next step, let's get our schematic or Sanity set up. So in this case, let's go to Sanity. And when you're here, I want you to click on Get Started with Coupon. Now, once this is done, we need to create a project. So I'm going to create a project and we're going to call this one Patreon YouTube Clone. Select organization. I'm going to click on Sonny, create project. And what you should see is boosted growth trial. If you did everything right, and you should see coupon applied. So there you go. You're welcome, guys. You get double the discount. Right. So at this point now you can see boosted growth plan. Okay. So at this, now you guys can see our next step is to pop in this command right here. So we will do that in just a moment. So I will do it now. We're going to do npm create sanity latest. Okay. I want you to go Command J inside of here. So let's go ahead and do Command J. I'm going to make everything a bit more visible. And you can see PMPM. Now I'm going to do PMPM DLX, which is essentially a PMPM alternative. And then we're going to create sanity latest. Now what this will do, okay, so sometimes we can't do PMPM. That's fine. I'm just going to do the regular command that they gave, npm create sanity latest. It's not always available. So in this case, you need to install the following packages. Yep, we can do that. And what this will do is it will start up Sanity's CLI command. Now this CLI command is very powerful. It's going to help us do everything that we need to do to get Sanity connected to our application and setup. And this also means is notice how the Sanity dashboard was part of the app, guys. So remember this admin dashboard? This is going to be living on the app at /studio. If you notice here, /studio. So imagine we had sunnysangha.com. It'll be at /studio. You can change it, but in this case, this is how it's going to essentially be when we set things up. So let this go ahead and get set up. And in the meantime, I want to show you something. So on this side, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you Sanity cursor rules. If you go ahead and Google Sanity cursor rules, you'll see cursor prompt. And why this is important and handy is because this is a very, very handy sort of, let's call it a prompt file, right? So let's go ahead and copy this. And this is awesome for many reasons, right? So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and quickly add this in before we carry on. Cursor rules Sanity EMDC, and I'm going to paste in that file that I found. And this is basically powering up my cursor IDE, my cursor editor. And I'm going to make this as, let's say, agent requested, and say every time a Sanity interaction occurs, use this file. Okay, and we're going to hit save. And this means that it will go ahead and, or we can even do agent requested. Yeah. So every time a Sanity interaction occurs, use this, right? We can say that. So basically now, whenever I speak to cursor, it will automatically pull in this context file, which teaches it essentially how to add things into Sanity. So that's essentially how we can update our Sanity to be our cursor IDE to be a lot more powerful and make less mistakes. Okay, so that's pretty cool, guys. Yeah, definitely smash the like button right now to help YouTube recommend this video to other developers. You do not understand how helpful that is. All I ask you to do is pause right now, hit the subscribe button and hit the like button, and turn on the bell notification icon if you haven't already. It helps this video get out to so many. There's literally there's a crazy number of you watching this right now that aren't subscribed, and it blows my mind every time. All you got to do is hit that subscribe button. It helps me keep on doing this for more and more, for free. Okay, so at this point now, what I want you to do is I want to go back into the CLI command. Now here, what I want to do is you see Patreon YouTube clone. Now, if you're not logged in, it would have asked you to log in. I've already logged in. So we're going to click on enter and I'm going to do create a select data set to use. I'm going to be happy with the production one. Would you like to add configuration files? Yes, I would like to add configuration files. Do you want to add TypeScript? Yes, we are using TypeScript. Do you want an embedded Sanity Studio, which means it's in the same domain as ours? Yes, absolutely. And /studio, yep. And select project template to use. So you can start with a blog schema. I'm going to start with a absolutely clean project. And then everything else I'm going to keep, yes, we're going to say add it to our environment local files. And that will go ahead and do its thing, okay? And it also adds localhost 3000 to cause origin on Sanity, which allows us to make requests to the Sanity backend from our local. So with that in mind now, we can see, look, there is a new studio being built. And we also have a Sanity folder with a bunch of other things inside of it. Okay, so this is going to help us get things set up in just a moment. And there you have it. Once that's done, that'll be done in just a second. So there you go. That's almost done. Now, while that's happening, we can actually begin the next step, which is we're going to go ahead and configure Sanity in a moment. But before we do that, we're going to set up our schematic. Schematic is our payments. Very simple. Remember, I told you we go ahead and click on that link. So you have our special coupon code, click on start free account. And now once you're on this account, what I want you to do is I'm already logged in here. So if you already have used Schematic for a separate build, what I recommend you do is you sign out and we need to create a new account, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that this is on the correct URL. So I'm going to go ahead and open up in a separate profile. I have lots of profiles when I'm coding because obviously we do lots of steps. So make sure it says welcome Papa Fam at the top, take the Papa Fam coupon code and click on sign up. Now, once you're here, I want you to go ahead and create a new account. So we're going to go ahead and do Sonny.Sangha. And imagine I already had an account. There's a nice little trick that many people don't know. Say this is my email address and I want to create a second account. I can just do plus, let's just say Patreon clone, Patreon YouTube. So this alias allows me to create another account. So this is mandatory just for now while they're adding in the multiple projects, right? And in the password field, just add in a quick password. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and throw in a password, click on continue. Okay. Then we've got a verification code. So Jay will send me a verification code in a second. While that's happening, let's go back over to our app and we can see Sanity configuration files have been added to this project. Amazing stuff. Let's go ahead and make sure that our app is still loading. So let's go ahead and you see it died. So we need to make sure we do pm dev again. And then we have this. So now the app should be running again. We're all good. Let's head back over. I have my verification code. Let's go ahead and verify. And as we can see, guys, now I need to create an account on Schematic. So I'm going to go ahead and say Sonny Sangha. Thank you, Jay. For company name, here you can honestly just put your name. So you can say Sonny Sangha as well if you don't have a company. In this case, we have a company, Papa Fam. In this case, for the company URL. To be honest, here, if you don't have a website, that's completely fine. Just put www.papareact.com. Right? And what is your role? We can just say engineering. How did you hear about us? These are optional, to be honest. And then we can click on create account. Once you've done that, you will have your schematic account set up. This is everything that we need. This is our base to get set up with the app. And then we'll go ahead and set this up shortly. Okay. So there we have it. That's the three things that we need set up. Now we've set up Sanity, we've set up Clerk, and we've set up Schematic, which means we can power our app up with authentication. We can handle payments on our application, and we can handle the content management system, which is Sanity. Okay. So let's go ahead and see something right now. Remember we just set up Sanity, the new studio folder. So if I did everything correctly, if we go to our URL at the top, what I can now do, guys, is I can go ahead and do localhost /studio. And what we should see now is a Sanity Studio pop up. So let's give it a second to load. And now what we have is a authenticated, you see how it pops up? This is all on my local host. We click on Google. I'm going to log in with my, this is our primary Sanity account that I set things up with. And we can give user access, everything. And guys, just like that, we have a full backend admin panel. Look at this. Amazing. It's already working. Now we just need to go ahead and set this up. And again, if you've done everything right, you get a free upgrade because the Papa Fam's got you covered. Okay. So that's awesome, guys. We've got that working. So I want to go ahead and start working on the app before we do any of this Sanity side of things, but we're pretty good in the sort of, momentum side of things. So what I want to do now is let's start building, right? So first step, I want to go ahead and get the app looking pretty gorgeous. So I want to do the header. The header looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead and do the header right now. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and add a header into our application. So in the body where everything gets rendered, I always want the header to come into the mix. Okay. Now there is an element here that I need to discuss in a moment, which we're going to actually do a bit of rearranging, but we will do that in a minute. So in this case, header is what I want to add. So what I want to do is I'm going to close everything. And then at the top level, I'm going to create a new folder, not inside this level, sorry, inside of, click on middleware. And then at that level, create a components folder. And then here, we're going to create a header.tsx. RFCE gives us a nice little starter template. And if you don't have the what I just did, that little RFCE trick, simply go into here, type in ES7 in your extensions and install this extension right here. That's how you get that. While you're there, you might as well go ahead and get Tailwind IntelliSense. So this one right here. And if you see not many people use Tailwind, ask yourself again, a lot of people use it, okay? Yo, this is cool. We've got Singapore in the house. He goes, good to be back here. Thanks, Sonny, for another exciting session. Absolutely welcome. I appreciate you so much. Brandon Code, what's up? Hi, Sonny. Hope I'm not too late. Absolutely not. Welcome to the stream. Look leg as well. What's up, guys? Okay. So let's go ahead and carry on. So for the header, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and change firstly. Let's go ahead and get this running in. So go to our layout and here, Command B to hide the sidebar. We're going to import our component, which is the header. And as you can see now, the header will appear, right? Now we've got a slight issue here. If I do this, what this means is I get the header everywhere. So if I go to /studio again, this means the header is going to be sitting above the studio as well, right? Oh, now that's not very pretty. I don't really want that. And also I don't want Clerk authentication to be interacting with my studio backend. It can get a bit messy real quick. So I need to separate my user and my admin flow. Luckily, we can do that in Next.js. So what we can do is the following. Give me 1 minute. Some reason, I always get a bit of a code when I'm on live stream. So what we're going to firstly do is we're going to go into our app folder and we're going to create a new folder. And there's going to be two here. We're going to have one, which is the user. This is going to be everything front facing. The user coming onto the website, we'll see. We're so close to hitting 100 likes as well, guys. Just destroy that like button. And whoever does it is going to get a massive shout out, right? So in this case, we've got the app. And then we're also going to do a admin backend route, okay? Now, first step I want you to do, grab the studio and push it into admin folder. Now, these parentheses, and when it says, do you want to update things, routes, say yes. These parentheses count as invisible folders. They're basically more for our purpose than the actual routing functionality. So we're going to first do that, okay? The second step that we're going to do is we're going to take our layout.tsx and we're going to move that into the user folder, okay? Now at this point, we are likely going to get an error on the studio. There you go. It's going to start freaking out and that's fine. Okay, so we're going to take page. We're also going to move our page into user. Now, the reason why we do this is because we need to create a separate layout for the admins. What I want to do is I'm going to copy the layout and paste it in here. But what I want to do here is I need to change a few things. For the admin layout, I don't care about this. This bit, I'm going to say admin. So let's just say admin studio. And then here we have everything else the same, but we don't want this Clerk provider. We don't want that, and we don't want the header, right? So we can actually simplify the admin layout very much. So this is our admin layout, okay? Also I've made a mistake here. So I put it inside of the tool. So you want to make sure you drag layout into admin at the top level. Don't do what I just did. It should be a layout and then studio like so. And then what you need to do is go ahead and hit a refresh. And then inside of the studio, you'll find that we have got an error here. So this is because we've nested in a bit more. So you want to change this to be in the, yeah, you're going to add one more level. So you fix that error and then hit a refresh and you should be good to go. We should see our Sanity Studio here. Okay, so that's great. So we've got the Sanity Studio set up. And this is great because now our admin route can have its own layout and our user routes can have their own layout. So if we go to the original URL now, so which is not /studio, you can see that one breaks. And that's because we've gone down a level in our layout, which means our global CSS is no longer at this level. So it's just one more level up now. If we go ahead and add in 2 dots, it will go ahead and get rid of the error. So now we can have our user side layout. And there we have it. So this is how we separate the backend and front end. The backend will now no longer have Clerk wrapping it. The front end has Clerk provider around it. So I hope that makes sense. Okay. And I hope I broke that down very well. All right. So now with that said, we're going to go ahead and start building out the header. So we go into our header right here and we're going to change this for SEO purposes to header. And then we're going to go ahead and just pop in. This is going to be an asynchronous because it's a server function. I'm going to choose Jay's playlist as well. I want to change up my music today. So guys, give Jay a shout out for his music. This is going to be his music coming in now. Okay. So for the header, a couple of things. We've got a left side and a right side. Okay. So let's start marking out. So we've got left side, and a right side. Okay. So for the left side, I'm going to have a div. And this is going to have a link, which is a next link tag with a homepage click on it. And then this is going to have, let's just say for now, H1, let's just call it Sonny's. Oops. Let's just say creator site. Okay. Just for now. So we've got the creator site, which is a clickable link that takes us to the homepage. Okay. Awesome. The right side is going to be the more interesting one where we're going to have the user's profile button here. This profile button is actually a Clerk component. Now, what's amazing about Clerk is they give us some really handy components. So firstly, we're going to wrap everything in a div, and then we're going to have 2 high-level components. So we're going to have a signed in component and a signed out. The signed in component will only render the contents here if we're signed in. So in this case, I'm going to add a user button. This user button comes from Clerk, and just like that, if we are signed in, we will have this button. But right now we're not signed in. So how is this working out? Well, in this case, if we're signed out, guys, what I can do is I can render something else. In this case, I can render a sign in button from Clerk, hit save. And now you can see I've got a sign in button. If I was to click, let's change firstly the mode of this to modal because I want it to pop up. And look at that, guys. I barely did any work and I get a perfect, beautiful, mobile-friendly login modal. If I get rid of this, by the way, the default is a redirect. So if I was to click this now, you see how I get redirected to a different screen now. Okay. So there you go. So but I don't want to redirect the user. I want it to be a modal. Now, this is cool, but it looks very ugly, right? So what we're going to do here is we're going to leverage something called Shadcn. Shadcn is an awesome component library. Absolutely love it. I'm a huge fan of it. Oh, not this one. Whoever this is getting a good shout out, but yeah, it's annoying since I've seen that. So you want to go to ui.shadcn.com and head over to, you can see it's a component library full of beautiful components. I love Shadcn personally. Click on installation, click on Next.js, and we're going to simply run it. Now, whatever you're using, I'm using PNPM. So we're going to go ahead and take this, head back over, Command J, and I'm going to simply install it into our app like so. And what this will do is it will set up a component library for us. Every time we add in a Shadcn component, it's really awesome what happens here, because what it does is essentially it just copies and pastes some component code. So this code is essentially, well, I'll show you afterwards, but once we run this single CLI command, it essentially copies all of this code into our project. Right, in this case, we need to do a little bit of setup. We're gonna stick with the neutral color. I'm happy with that. And then everything else should be pretty much good to go. So let's let that update and get through. And you can see it sets up using Tailwind V4, all the latest and greatest stuff. And now let's go ahead and add in a button into our project. So I'm going to copy this command, head back over here, and I'm going to paste in the add button command. Who here is coding along as well? So everyone is dialed in the chat right now. The focus is insane. I can see typically people are popping off right now. I can feel people are really, really focused in. Let me know who is coding along right now. I want to know. I'm curious. Right. So in this case, this added a button. So where did that get added? If we go into our components folder, UI, we have this button. You see all of the button code is in here. Now, how do I use that? Well, it's very, very simple here. So in this case, I want to go ahead and add in a button like so. Okay, now before I hit save, firstly hit a refresh on localhost because you're going to have to likely do that. And if you see an issue like this, it's because a lot changed in the backend. So what you need to do is you basically need to cut your terminal and run pm dev again and hit a refresh. And you should see, there you go. We got a few issues right now. This is because we cannot have a sign-in button being a descendant of another. So I want to keep, firstly, do you notice how the styling came in? So if we get rid of that button, yeah, the error is gone and it just became a sign-in button. I want the Shadcn button, but I want it as a child. And this means that essentially it's an invisible button. So you guys can see here, right? This is awesome. Moses goes coding now. Sonny goes, love your energy. I appreciate you guys. Dumber thing now, Voila says, let him cook. That's what I'm talking about. I love it. The focus is there. Papa Fam's here. 5 likes away from 100 already. Smash that like button. Let's dial in, right? So at this point now, I can also change the variant. Variants are awesome with Shadcn. They typically have a bunch of preset files, styles. You've got destructive for a red button. I'm going to go with the outline. Okay, this is a very clean button. Okay, now again, I'm going to style my header a little bit. I want it to be a flex header, item center, and justify between. And it's touching the side. So a padding of 4 would make it look a lot cleaner. We're also going to give a border on the bottom. That's going to be a much cleaner border. And we're going to make it a gray border with a 200 value. And as you can see, now, there you go. And this is all about when you're styling with, you know, whether it's Tailwind or whatever the case, when you're styling, it's all about the subtle things. I always say the quickest way to identify if a developer is a junior is the padding is messed up. I can straight away tell, and so will your users. Your users will always tell if somebody is junior or if it's a junior website. If that padding is screwed up, they will see straight through it. So make sure you're never touching the sides. It's my first indicator. I always say to my students, make sure you understand padding and then certain rules that go along with it, right? There's always a must-have as child for button within a button. If you are surrounding another button, then yes, because essentially you don't want a button wrapping another. If I get rid of this, you'll notice we get an error. This will pop an error up saying, you know, a button cannot be a descendant of a button. So in which case you're saying it's as a child. Right, there we go. Okay, and now what we can do is I'm going to add a little bit more styling to this. Right now, this button, I can actually go ahead and add in my own styling here. I'm going to give it a little bit of extra stuff or pizzazz. Let's go ahead and say, let's pop in padding XY. So when I'm actually, you know, I want the sign in to be a little red, and it's because I wanted to have it like a red love heart style. So I'm going to have a div inside of this, and next to this, I want to have a love heart icon. So a heart icon. And you're probably wondering, oh, nothing's popping up. Well, when we installed Shadcn, without realizing, we actually installed something called Lucid React. So I'm going to go ahead and import a Lucid React icon. And now you'll notice I can pop it in like so. And typically we're going to give it width and height of 4. And you'll notice you can hover over it to see the different sizing. And now you can see I get a lovely little heart icon. Okay. And that's coming from Lucid React. Right now, if I was to do something like heart icon, you see now they all pop up, and they even have these little previews as well, which is awesome. So it's just the first one you got to manually do. And if you're wondering how can I check all of the different icons, go to lucid.dev and go to icons, and you'll see basically all of the icons here. So if I was typing heart, you guys can see these are awesome. And this automatically will get installed when you use Shadcn. So there you go. We got a sign in button. If I click it, boom, there you go. Okay, that's awesome. So now I can go ahead and log in. So let's go ahead and log in with Google. And if I do sonny.sangha@gmail.com, OG in the house, but I'm in USA. It's early. Matt Dev, yo, what's good, dude? I remember Matt Dev. It's been a while. Let's go ahead and sign in. Continue. I love it when OGs tune in. Absolutely awesome. And the viewer count is coming up. Over 100 people watching on different platforms right now. Amazing stuff. Welcome, guys, to the stream. All right. So I want to show you as well, once we're in Clerk, right? So right now, if we head back over to the dashboard, there's my Clerk account. Let's go to our dashboard. There we go. And what we should see, guys, is I've just logged in. And you see, I've got my user buttons popping up. Amazing. It's looking clean. Let's go to our users. And look, we have a first user. That is absolutely awesome. right? So now we've got full authentication flow working. So firstly, pat yourself on the back. That's damn cool. And that took like minimal time to get to authentication handled, right? So now we've got our authentication handled. That is awesome. And we have a beautiful sign in button as well. Now, the next step is I want certain things to look a bit better, right? So I want things like, you know, when I go to, let's go to the actual website here. So I want these logos. I want this stuff. I want to have the Sanity backend pull through things. And I also want to have the site settings and all this kind of cool stuff so I can pull data from here. How do we do all of that, right? So first things first, this entire backend requires something called a schema. So we're going to go ahead and set up our schema right now. So site settings is the first part of that. So let's go ahead and do site settings. So I'm going to go over to command. Oh, oops. So what I want you to do is on the side here, I'm going to open up the studio. So /studio. And you know what, instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up a separate one. And I'm going to have it behind this so that way I can switch between the two. Right. So in this case, we've got that and we've got the studio. So it's going to allow me to switch between to show you guys easier. So once we got that down, you can see like no document types at the moment. Go into Sanity folder. And then go into 1 like away from 100 likes. Let's go, guys. Oh, boom. There we go. First 100. There you go. Done. It's going to be 1,000 before you know it. Amazing stuff. If you're watching the replay, don't forget to drop a comment as well while you're at it. Right. So in this case, we'll go to lib and you can see we've got client, image, and live. Right. We've got all these kind of helpful things here. The thing I care about is schema types. So this is where we go ahead and add in our schema types. So what I want you to do is we're going to create a bunch of different schema types. The first one is going to be called site settings. So site settings.ts. Now in here, what we do is we simply import a couple of helpers. So I'm going to import an icon called settings icon. And then for that, I'm going to need TSX. So I'm going to change it to TSX. Oh, you don't actually need TSX. You can do X as well. That's fine. And then I'm going to do a export default define type call. Now, remember we used that special cursor command here. What's really cool here is I can go ahead and if I was to use cursor here, I can show you both ways, but I want to show you also the cursor. Yo, we got some OGs. Marios, what is good, dude? I see you in the chat as well. Good to see you here. Let's go ahead and type in @site settings. Now I want to show you when you're using Sanity, something that I highly recommend. Do not believe this whole vibe coding movement, because what you're going to do is you're going to write spaghetti code that you're going to have no idea how to work with. It's a bad idea. But for stuff like schemas, I find it incredibly useful. So I'm going to say I need a schema. Watch this. I'm going to say I need a schema with the following. And I'm going to say I need a Sanity schema with the following. I need a site title. So site title, I need a description, I need a header logo, I need a, let's do a main hero image. So let's do a main hero image. I need a logo itself. I need social media links. Let's do social media links. And I need maybe a call to action text and maybe also pricing details. Okay, so for example, if I was to do this now, you can go ahead and select agent and whatever. But this is, for example, it's just a demo. I want to show you both ways of doing it, right? If I go ahead and click enter here, it's going to go ahead and try to generate this. Now, remember, it's going to go ahead and try to use that folder as well for Sanity interactions. So as you can see, it starts writing out everything and it will go ahead and apply this to the file. And as you can see, if I was to just accept that for a second, so what I would recommend you always do a code review here to give it an idea. But this is very, very handy, guys, because now, one, I could use that, right? And now obviously never trust it off the bat, but it's worth looking at and using it, right? So I'm going to add my own little touches here. I want the description to be global settings and configurations, the icon. Now let's go through the fields it's added. This is pretty much great. The only thing I would do is add a description here. So I want to add a description. String is fine. Now, another description. Now, when I'm talking about description, I'm talking about a description for the UI. So the user knows on the backend what's going on. Rows, I don't really want to limit the rows here. We're going to make that a required field. Header, logo, image as well. That's completely cool. We can also add in perhaps another field for the alternative text. So we could even go ahead and add in another field there for alternative text. Hotspot is another feature you can add in. I'm not going to use hotspot today. I do actually want the header logo to be a required field. So I'm going to add that in as well. Then we go to main hero image. Again, you see, this can really help us out, right? Even for the alternative text, we can pop that in. I want this to be a required field as well. So in this case, we can pop in raw required, and then we hit the logo side. So logo, similar thing. Here we could keep the hotspot. You can feel free to figure out how to use that one yourself. I'm not going to go into that too much, but we're going to have a description. Even for the main hero image, I'm going to do the banner. I'm going to add a description there as well. And you see, basically, you can go ahead and speed up your development cycle a little bit by using a bit of AI just to help enhance the speed of what it takes to typically do the same task. But again, never blindly accept code. That's where things go terribly wrong. And you pretty much don't know what's going on. In this case, you need to understand what the hell you're actually adding to your code. Now, for this one, the social media links, this isn't kind of where I wanted it. We wanted an array and we wanted of certain type, but I want to have it slightly different. I don't want this. I'm going to have mine look slightly different to this. I'm going to have a define array member. It's going to be an object called social link. It's going to have fields, and this is going to consist of 2 fields. The platform, which is going to be a drop down of these options right here, as well as the URL for the profile of the platform. Right, so that's essentially what we're doing here. And then I'm going to have a call to action text, which we already have. That's great. This one can actually be a string, so we can get rid of that. We can go ahead and pop this in a string. And the same goes for pricing details. Now for pricing details, similar thing here. We've got the tier. This is almost there, but it's not exactly what I wanted. I want to have, 3 different pricing tiers. And you know what? I don't even think we actually stuck with this in the end. So this one we're actually going to eradicate. The reason being is I actually gone a different route from this original plan. So we're going to get rid of the pricing details. Okay. The final step, guys, is we actually have, well, firstly, let's make sure these are required. So that's fine. Now, the final step is this preview. So I don't like the preview. Actually, we can keep preview there, but I'm going to keep the preview at the top. Now, what is the preview? So firstly, let's import this in, then I'll show you how we use a preview. So how do we include this in our schema types? Well, we add site settings like so. Now, if we were to refresh our studio, it will pull in our site settings. So this is where we test if, did it work? Or did we break it? So there you go. We've got site settings. We click it and we have new site settings. We're only going to have one entry here for site settings. And as you can see, we've got site title, description, a header logo, main hero logo, social media links, where we should have a drop down of different types. Yep, there you go. Amazing. And we have call to action text. This is pretty cool. Okay. Now preview. What is a preview? Well, preview is actually this right here. So previews allow us to customize how the UI would roughly look. So what we can do here is we can type in preview, we can pop in an object, and then we have the first option, which is something called select. This allows us to gather the fields from the entry of our, whatever we're deciding to use. So in this case, I'm going to take the title, and this is mapped to the site title field. Okay. The next thing is we can go ahead and use the prepare command. And this will basically return how we want it to look when it renders out. So in this case, we're going to put the settings icon as our icon. And then if we go ahead and show you now, Marius, I appreciate you got so much. Because Sonny's the only one online that shows and explains these things to this depth. I appreciate you so much, dude. Thank you so much. Now, in this case, let's go ahead and put a title in. Sonny, description, a YouTuber with a dream to educate millions of developers. I think we're getting there as well, right? Millions of developers. Hopefully I can get my English right when I do it, right? And then we've got the logos. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in some logos right now. Hopefully I've got all my logos here. I hope I do. I didn't actually plan for that. Oh, okay. I don't actually have my logos. Okay. So I have the banner. Let me see if I've got the other logos. Jay, if you can send me the logos, that might help me out quite a bit. But for the main hero banner, I've already got the hero banner. So I'm just clicked on that and it popped up with and what's cool here is that now you can see I clicked on a main hero and then it will go ahead and pop that in. That's awesome. For the logo, I'm going to go ahead and pop in another one. So in this case, I believe I should have a picture of me somewhere. I should have a Papa Fam logo somewhere. I should have really prepared that part, to be honest. So there you go. Jay's given me one already. I'm going to go ahead and use that as the logo of the creator page. And you know, I'll use that for both. So in this case, I have the profile picture circle here as well. Thank you, Jay. And let's do that for the header logo as well. So in that case, everyone will know that that's the different side. Oh no, Jay's actually giving me the right one. Yep, thank you, dude. So in that case, I'm going to use this one as the logo of the creator page, and this is going to be the header logo. It's also going to be the logo for the loading states. And then you could just say, you know, for that header logo, you can say, I don't know, you can give this a true meaning, right? In this case, I'm just going to give alternative text, banner image for Sonny. And then in this one, it can be like logo for Sonny. Social media links next. So in this case, I'm going to give a couple here to YouTube. So YouTube, let's do www.youtube.com/Sonny Sangha. There we go. And that is, I believe it's HTTPS. Okay. And then, yep, there you go. And then let's just do maybe one or two more. Let's do Instagram, www.instagram. Make sure you follow me if you don't. Instagram, oh God, .com/Sonny, SSSS. Sangha, 4 S's in case you're confused, right? And let that do its thing. It's actually got to be a URL, so HTTPS. There you go. And then one more. Let's do x.com, which is Twitter. So www.https:/. Let's do x.com/Sonny Sangha. Okay. And now we have that and call to action text. I believe we can just say join now. I don't know if we actually end up using this. I'm going to double check. But once we've done that, you see we're in draft mode. I'm going to publish this and this will become live. And as you can see, my preview is shown correctly. That's awesome. Okay. Now that's now live. It's saving it and soon that'll be that'll be correctly published. There you go. Published. So that's now live on site. Now, how do we pull this from our Sanity backend into our app now? So what we need to do now is first up go into, let's say for example we want to use it in the header. Well, we're in a server function here, so how do I go ahead and actually get that pulling in as we need it? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a call that looks something like this. It's going to look eventually like this. It's going to be const site settings equals await get site settings. Okay, now what I'm going to do is every single time I want to interact with my Sanity database inside the lib folder, according to which document, for example, we're in site settings here. Inside a lib, I'm going to create a site settings lib folder, and then I'm going to have the appropriate, you know, function. So get site settings.ts inside of here. Okay. And inside of here, what I do is I create a function that allows me to go ahead and get that information. So how do we do all of this? Well, I'm going to show you right now. It's actually very, very simple as well how we do this. Okay. So in this instance, give me 1 minute. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take the following. So I'm going to show you an example here. So this is basically an example of how we do it. We've got Sanity fetch from live. Now notice how this was already given to us, right? So I'm going to install Sanity fetch. Now this is important because this is a live Sanity component. Now this is not live yet. We have to do one more thing to get it fully live. Define query as the next step. This is how we can go ahead and query using the Grok query language, right? And what this does is it searches our Sanity database, gets the first result, right? And what it does is it gets all results, and then it gets the main hero image. And inside of there, what I'm doing is I'm grabbing we don't really care about the hotspot, but the asset is I'm actually expanding it. So this means expand the reference to the asset, give me the ID and give me the URL. And then what we do is we have our get site settings function, which calls this Sanity fetch. And we basically go ahead and do this. Now you need to make sure that this has a unique name as well. And that's going to come important in just a moment. And then we return the data. So I'm going to hit save. And then as you can see now, if I go ahead and hit OK, and you can see site settings. So what I want to do is I'm going to do console log site settings just to see if this is coming through now. So let's go over to our main app. And what I want to do is I'm going to inspect. I'm going to inspect it, go to console. And as you can see, if I hit a refresh, we've got an object there. You see, look, I've got some site settings. And as you can see, guys, look, I've got my social media links, my call to action text, description, everything is pulling through. That is awesome. I have an issue, however. I want it to be type safe. We are using TypeScript in this build, and you'll notice that if I look at the site settings, it's of type any. Oh, that is not nice. We do not want a type any. So what can we do to better this situation? Well, what we can do is we can actually use something. If we type in Sanity TypeGen. Sanity is awesome for this reason, guys. Sanity's TypeGen, they have an awesome feature which allows us to essentially go ahead and set up a full type checking setup, right? So what we need to do is run two commands. Sanity schema extract is the first command, and then Sanity TypeGen generate. So I'll show you in hindsight what this does. But instead of running the separate commands together where we have to extract the schema and then generate, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into package.json and I'm going to create a custom TypeGen script. I'm going to say TypeGen, and then I'm going to paste in that command. Sanity schema extract and Sanity schema generate, or Sanity TypeGen generate, sorry. Sanity TypeGen generate. And then we're going to hit save. Now to run that, I'm going to go over to the right and I'm going to type in pm TypeGen. And now what we can see is this will go ahead and create, see extracting schema. And then it says extracted schema to schema.json generated types. And you'll see 12 schema types and one grok query into sanity types.ts. Now I want you to go into that file because I guarantee there will be an error. If you scroll down, the Sanity team need to address this one, but you can see here, we have module Sanity client not found. And because of this, it won't actually work. So what you need to do is you need to install this dependency for everything to be working the way we expect it. So you want to do pm install or I sanity client at sanity/client. Now after that, once that's successfully installed, you should hit save and the error will disappear. And now if we go back into get site settings, you guys will now see, if we go to data, look at that, guys, we have full type checking. So you guys can see that site settings query result. That's amazing. So now if I was to go over here, you can see site settings query result. What does this mean? It means if I do dot, look at that, guys, absolutely amazing. I've got type checking. Every time, however, we add a new query or we add any or change here, we have to run that TypeGen command once again. Okay. So in this case, now for the create a site, what I can now do is I'm going to use the site title. So in this case, look at that, boom, Sonny, amazing. That is pulling directly from here. I remember I talked about it being live. Well, to make it fully live, we simply go to layout and we need to add one more component to make the whole thing live by default. So what you want to do is outside the body, I'm going to simply pop in a Sanity live component, this one right here. And you want to simply go ahead and grab and import that from Sanity lib live. Now, with that one change, Sanity is now live by default. So if I type in Sonny Sangha and I hit publish, guys, I'm not hitting refresh. Just pay attention to the top left. It will now become Sonny Sangha. There you go. Now we have live by default. This is why Sanity is awesome for one of the many reasons. And you can see, look at that. Just like that, we have a full admin CMS platform, which is fully responsive and real time. That's absolutely awesome. Okay. So we have our site settings set up. What I want to do, however, if we have a header logo, let's prioritize using that. So let's go back over to our code. And what I want to do here is I've already got my site settings because we are in the server component. It's the beautiful thing about Next.js. If you know how to use it, you've got some serious power in your hands. All right. Site settings. And let's do header logo. If we have a header logo, I'm going to have a ternary operator. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to render out H2 site settings. Otherwise, I'm going to render out an image tag. This is a next image tag. So I need to import next image. And inside of here, I'm going to have the following. So we can't just use the header logo. We have to use something called the URL for helper file. Now, if I do control space, you can see we already have this function. What is that function? So that function is actually already added for us inside of the image.ts. And what this does is it takes the Sanity reference image URL. So what this means is Sanity saves images under these references. Now, these references are not URLs. They can't be used to show an image. So what we have to do is we have to expand a reference into an image URL that we can then use inside of our image component. So that's what this URL for is. We pass in a Sanity image source. It then will give us a .url function out of it. So we can go ahead and change this into a string, which is a URL. It'll be some kind of, internet URL. And then we basically go ahead and showcase it on the screen. So in this case, we do width, height, object cover, rounded, full, and aspect square. Now, it will fail. And that's a good thing because it means you did something right. So in this case, you see next image, whenever we use next image, I have a whole video on it as well. You can feel free to check out the channel, type in Sonny Sangha next image and you'll find it. But whenever we use next image, it will automatically try to optimize. Now we can't let every single image get through the optimization step. So we have to whitelist the ones that we want to, or we say that this URL is safe. The way we do that is we go to our next config.ts and then here we go ahead and type in images. And now here I can type in remote patterns. And this is an array of objects. Each one has a protocol and a host name. The protocol in this case is cdn.sanity.io. If we hit save now, this will trigger a refresh. So you'll notice on the left, it will go ahead and say found a change, restarting the server. And on the right now, we can go ahead and hit a refresh and we should see a beautiful image in the top left. Boom. There you go, guys. Now we've got an image and if we click it, it takes us home. That is absolutely perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. And we're looking good so far. So now we have the image looking great. That's all clean. I guess the next step is the right side. So what I want to do just for this, I'm going to add in some styling to prep ourselves. We're going to say flex, item center, gap 4. Inside of the user button here, eventually I'm going to have a div. This div is going to look something like this. Where is it? So this. Remember how we have this beautiful sort of UI here? Eventually we're going to create all of this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to prepare ourselves. We're going to have a user button. And then inside of that, I'm going to basically pop in a bunch of styling. Now, at this point, I'm not going to run through all of the styling. This, you can pause the video and check out the styling for yourself. But essentially what we're doing is we're styling out with certain rules, paddings, and then you see hover. These are modifiers. This means when I hover, apply those styles. And then we have transition. Transition allows us to have that smooth effect when the change occurs. So now you see how when I hover, see how it's smooth and it doesn't just snap? That gives us that nice effect. Now what will be next to it is something called a tier badge. So eventually we're going to have something called the current tier badge here, current tier badge component. So we're going to go ahead and implement that afterwards. Now let's go ahead and move through it. So we're naturally progressing through this pretty nicely. So we've done our authentication, we've done our sanity already. We've already set up our first bit of sanity. To get everything absolutely fully moving now, the only blocker we have is we have to successfully set up Schematic. Now Schematic is going to allow us to set up the payments, which will allow us to then have the tiers, and then we can run full speed for the UI. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to make it seem so easy because it is. It really is easy when you're using the right bits of tech. So how do we do this? Well, we're going to head over to Schematic. And as you can see, remember when we set up our account, we have the left side set up our plans, features, and limits. We're going to click on continue. Now we've got through, create your first plan and so forth. But before we do this, guys, I want to connect this to Stripe. So if we go over here, you can see Stripe integration. Okay. Now Clerk, we're going to integrate in our own way. If you have organizations, then you'll be interested in this area. But in this case, we are in test mode because we're currently using Stripe test mode. And then what I want you to do is inside of Stripe, I want you to log into your Stripe account. So I'm going to open up stripe.com and I want you to go into the dashboard. Now Stripe is a massively popular payment platform. I am going to quickly log into my account if I can remember for the life of me which one it is. I always forget this, but let's give it a try. Give me a moment. I'm just logging into my Stripe account right now. And you guys would need to create a Stripe account. Stripe is a free account to create. We're going to be using the brand new sandboxes inside of Stripe, and that will allow us to kind of get things rolling off with this. So let me go ahead and log in, get past all the steps of authentication. So I'm currently logging into Stripe. I already have a Stripe there. Okay, so I've already logged in correctly before. Just give me one moment, guys. I have to log in. So give me a moment. We're almost there. We're almost there. And we're through. Okay, so at this point, once you're inside your Stripe account, we have the ability to see a bunch of apps. This is a previous app I did. What I want you to do is go to create an account. And in this case, you know, I'm in the United Arab Emirates. If you don't have Stripe, for example, if you're in India or whatnot, just put in United States, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates. It's okay. Unless you're going production ready, this is fine for demo purposes and it will allow you to do the demo. So in this case, I'm just going to type in Patreon clone YouTube. Click on create. And now you have to do this step first. And you can see that test mode has moved. So give it a second. And that, how do you want to start one-off payments? Blah, blah, blah. Skip for now. It's fine. Okay. So, and as you can see, we're in sandbox mode. See, your place to experiment with Stripe functionality. So they've changed Stripe, right? And you can see that's why we have this connect legacy button here. So once you've logged in, make sure you're logged in first, click on test mode, and then click on connect Stripe. Now, what we will see is we'll get a nice little pop-up, which looks something like this. And as you can see, we've got Patreon clone YouTube sandbox, which is exactly what I just set up. You can see 7th of May, today's date. We click on connect, or in fact, before we do this, where you make sure this is clicked and then click on skip this form as we're using a test account. And that will connect these two together. You see returning to schematic. And now what I want you to do is hit a refresh in your sandbox. And what you will see is we should have a little circle connected to it. So now you can see, like, here you go. Schematic is connected. You see, once you get that logo, you've done it correctly. That's been now we've connected the two together. Cool. So in this case, most common, how do you want to link your Stripe customers? Just click on restore Stripe in our database, connect. And there we have it, guys. We have our Stripe connection made. Now, of course, we've got products that we need to create. We've got different settings that we need to do. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So firstly, let's create our plans. So the first step is you actually want to create your plans inside of Stripe, and then we map them to schematic. So quick little water break as well, but this is where it gets really interesting because this is a powerful part where we can make some money. So let's go ahead and jump in. So we've got the product catalog. So here I'm going to create a product. And let's start off with our first product. Let's go ahead and do our first product, which is, let's go ahead and say, I just want to go ahead and quickly disable something because it's annoying me. Okay. So we're going to have 3 tiers, right? We're going to have our backstage pass, which is the default level for a user. Then we're going to have, let's go ahead and just use this one as a demo here. So where was it? It was actually, I believe, this one, right? We have different tiers. So we have, now when I was building it, I done a $1 test, but we don't need to do that. I'm going to have backstage pass, crew member, and VIP. Right, so we're going to say this one is, let's just call it level 1 backstage pass, and you can do a description if you whatever you want, or image, whatever. I'm going to have a recurring. I'm going to say $, and let's just say this one was $0. It's free. The backstage pass is free, billing monthly, whatever. Right, that's fine. And then what we do is we click into it. We add a second price for annual pricing, so we can go ahead and say $. It's still free, but it's annual free. Right, and there's a reason why. We're going to connect it all up afterwards. So there you go. We've got our per year 00. That's all good. Go back to products, create our second product. The second one is going to be our, let's call it our, let's call this one our crew member. So level 2, right? So this is level 2 crew member. And then once we've done that, we click on recurring. And let's say our level 2 member was $9.99 to support the creator. All right, so in this case, we're going to hit add product. And now $9.99, or we could do a annual plan, which is going to help us support our creator even more. And let's call that one $97.99 a year. All right, so we're discounting it more than a year's cost, and that's going to be billed every year. Okay. So for that one, we have $9.99 or $97 to support our creator, to get access to crew member. And then we can have level 3, which is VIP, right? So we're going to say level 3 VIP access. And we're gonna have a US dollar account. Let's say $29.99 to support the user at VIP level. So if you want to become a VIP member, it's $29.99. Then we click it. And let's go ahead and do our dollar amount. And let's say for this one, $297.99. Okay, that's going to be annual. So now what we've done is we've given our supporters access to, support us per month, per year, and we've given 3 different products. Okay. Now what we can also do is set up 3 individual one-off products. So let's go ahead and do that one as well. Peter, yo, thank you so much. He goes, yo, Sonny, I just want to say thank you for your awesome videos. Just finished building a restaurant food ordering app, referencing most of your builds with just 6 months of watching and learning. Jay, screenshot that. Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate you so much. That's what I'm talking about. That's the level of positivity I really love and appreciate, you guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to have one-off add-on products. Now I'm going to do, for example, a single coffee, a month of coffee, and a year of coffee that you can go ahead and buy your favorite creator. So we're going to say a cup of coffee, right? A cup of coffee. And this is going to be a one-off USD of, let's just say $4.99. Coffees are expensive nowadays, right? So if you want to support the creator, you can go ahead. Well, we got a one-off payment of a cup of coffee. Let's add another one, a month of coffee, right? And this is going to be a one-off of, let's say, $49.99. That's roughly 10 cups, right? So we're going to say you get $50 for a month of coffee. I don't think that'll go super far nowadays, but still, there you go. And then we have a year of coffee, to support your favorite creator. And this one is going to be, let's just say it's a really expensive amount of coffee. It's $497.99 a year. So you've gone from, and this is where you really love your creator. You're giving them a year upfront of coffee, right? So now we've got our 3 access levels and one-off costs. The 3 access levels have monthly and yearly prices, hence why they have 2 prices. And the one-off add-ons have that. So now we've set up our product catalog. Here's the really cool part. We go into our schematic and we start creating our plans. Okay. So create our first plan. Let's go ahead and create the plan. So the first plan is going to be level 1. Let's call it backstage pass. Give it a color, whatever you want. In this one, we can call it free for everyone. Continue. This one is going to be free and we can sync it to, or in this case, what you can do is you can even say it's part of a paid or whatnot. But in this case, we can say free level 1 backstage pass and we can give it 0, 0. There you go. Okay. And go ahead and click OK. And you can even give a trial, guys. You can actually say, you get a free trial to paid plans. In this case, we're not going to give a trial. We're just going to click on save. And then you can see current comments and subscribers won't be fit. That's fine. You can click accept and save changes. And now you can see we've got this down. Let's do our second plan. Level 2. And this one's going to be crew member. And this one is going to be, let's just say exclusive access for the crew. And now here, this is going to be a paid plan. And this one is going to be for level 2 crew members. And you can see $9.99 or $97.99. Amazing stuff. And now we can click continue. Trial? No. Subscription change? That's fine. Okay. And level 3 VIP, you can go ahead and do the same thing. Level 3 VIP access. VIP access for the OGs. Okay. And then we've got the paid plan. And this one is going to be linked to level 3 on Stripe. So you see what we're doing? We're connecting our Stripe payments over to our schematic. And again, we set this up. There you go. Okay. So now we have the correct connections done. We have our plans. So the next step is feature gating. What does feature gating mean? Well, we're going to set up a couple of features, right? What can users expect inside of the app? Well, so let's have a look at the overall final app. And what we have here is we have backstage content, crew member content, VIP access content, commenting, 50 DMs per month. So let's go ahead and set this up. If you're excited right now and you feel like this is pretty damn cool, just drop a comment and let me know, because this is pretty powerful stuff. Let's create a feature. Let's go ahead and create our first one. Let's call it backstage content. Okay. Now backstage content, I do this because I want you to just visually see in the pricing section how you can see it, right? So backstage content, I'm just going to put in, for example, some kind of stand. Let's just call it presentation, maybe presentation. No, what one is that? TV? No. Where is that one? I like the look of that, to be honest. We could do that one as well. I need the stand. Where is that? Well, I'm looking for that sign. I probably went straight past it. It is there. Okay. Backstage content. And then you can feel free to give descriptions. This one's going to be a Boolean, meaning it's either on or it's off. Backstage content on or off. And then here you have to, it's optional at this point, but we can click save. Okay. So backstage content done. And we can hook this up to backstage plans. So backstage pass. So everyone in backstage gets that. Okay. There you go. Click on save. The next one, crew member. You can see we've done that. Let's go back to features. Crew member content. Crew member content. Do the same thing here. We can go and do Boolean. All good. Go through, save. Next one, VIP access content. All right. So VIP access content. And then we do the same thing with the icons. Continue, continue, continue. Okay. So these are the base ones. We're going to hook that one up to the VIP access content. Did I hook the second one up? I didn't. No, I didn't do crew member. Then you need to add crew member to. There you go. Can you give a free trial to the user as well as Schematic? Yep, you can. You absolutely can. Yep. So now we can see each feature has access. So you can see level 1 gets that, level 2 gets that, level 3 gets that. But we want to make it so crew members get commenting features as well as VIP. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do comment, the ability to comment. Let's do heart. Let's do that kind of icon. And this is going to be a Boolean comment. And then we don't need, this is going to be a Boolean, so we don't need to track the events. And there you go. Now, who gets commenting? Well, we're going to say crew members get commenting and VIP. So in this case, let's do crew member first. And let's also give VIP access to commenting. Okay. So now we have 2 plans get access to this, level 2 and level 3. Cool. The final one is VIP. And notice how this is usage based. So this one has a quota, right? And you'll notice how when I sent one message previously, so it says 1 DM limit of 50. So we actually track the usage. So let's go ahead and do that as well. So features, we're going to go ahead and do send direct message to the creator. This one's going to be called DM. And this one we can go ahead and have the mail icon or wherever the hell it is. Where is it? So this one, right? And this one is actually going to be event based because it's based on tracking. Now we can give single unit names. We can say this is a DM and this is DMs. Right? So DM means direct message, right? Now send direct message. Let's just say the flag here is called send DM to make it simpler. And then here we're going to have an event to track it. And to track it, I'm going to call that event a send DM event. So you see when I type in, it says create event, we click it. And now we click save. Okay. And now you can see we have the event send DM. It might be a little bit confusing, but we have the event send DM and also the feature flag send DM. So maybe I could have called them separate things. Maybe if I just change that quickly, it might be easier for you to understand. Let's call one of them send message so you can see which one's which. Okay. So the feature flag is called send message. The event to track it is called send DMs. Now add plan entitlement. We go to VIP access and we say it's included in the plan. However, you get, let's say 50 DMs per month. In this case, let's do 3 DMs because we want to kind of make it easy to test. And we're going to reset the user's usage every month according to their billing day. So every month when your membership renews, you get another 3 DMs that you can send the user. And think about it. This is cool because you can now restrict it so you don't spam the user with VIP messages and so forth. So now we should have everything set up correctly. We've got VIP content set up. Everything's done, right? We've got this. And now the only thing we need is add-ons. So add-ons, create our first add-ons. We can say a cup of coffee. That's going to be a cup of coffee. We go to paid one time and we can see a cup of coffee and default price $4.99. Click on save, accept. Now next one, let's do no plan entitlements yet. This one's actually going to be available on all of them. So we can say it's not actually on features yet. So this is going to be a one-off. So in this case, we do add-ons. Let's do another one. A month of coffee. And we go continue. We do paid one time. And we do a month of coffee. Select the price, 49. Boom. Accept. Nice. And we do one more, which is a year of coffee. And you see what we're doing? We're essentially mapping the two. So we can say a year of coffee. And then we can go ahead and do paid one time. And we do a year of coffee, change the pricing. And that's quite a big year of coffee, right? Accept and save changes. That person loves you if they do that, right? Now we've got everything officially added in. We've got our plans set up. We've got our add-ons and we've got our features set up. Now the final step is we go to configuration. Now, default plan, we leave this as is. Live plans is the interesting one here. So let's go ahead and say live plans, backstage, crew member, VIP access. So these are the live plans. We go to build yearly. You can see all of the pricing is there. So we've got all of our pricing and you can see like the stacking correctly. Now, live add-ons, we need to add on our add-ons. A cup of coffee is live, a month of coffee is live, and a year of coffee. Hit save changes. And every time somebody registers, right, and becomes a user, the default membership is the level 1 backstage pass. They start off on the level 1 backstage pass, which is free. So every single person who signs in automatically is a backstage pass member. Okay, let's go ahead and click on save changes now. And as you can see, that is all live. And you can also see, so Matt Dev asked a question, can you give a free trial to the users? Yep, you can see here that don't require a member, don't require payment method, or you can require payment method to start trial. So there's two different approaches. And you can see you can even give free trials. And at the end of a trial, company will be downgraded to a default plan. If I gave a trial here, it would literally go ahead and give the person, you know, a free 3 days, 5 days, 7 days in one of these plans if you wanted it. And you can also have here as well different behaviors for downgrading, billing rules, and so forth. But they handle all of the edge cases, which is what I absolutely love. Oops, I've already hit save there, so I don't know what happened there. So in this case, let's go back and we're all good to go. Okay, now click on components next. And this is the amazing part about Schematic. So if we go ahead and we simply click on create component, we have customer portal and also blank. If I click on customer portal, and let's call this one just customer portal, let's click on create component. I want to show you this beautiful little layout we have. Level 1 backstage pass, next bill, payment methods, included features. And for example, we could even go ahead and you can get sample users once you've added them in. We can add in the metered features over here as well. So once you've got access, we can show the metering. Also the invoices, let's go ahead and pop invoices underneath here as well. Let's go ahead and pop in an unsubscribe button as well. And as you can see, this is really nice because now you can see that everything is clean, connected, and you can also change the design as well. So you can go ahead and do features, we can say select all. You can change the design, so you can change all the coloring as you wish. And this is all gonna have different areas. So now you guys can see, we've got the plans. This is how it will appear. We've got our add-ons. We've got our checkout, right? So in this case, you've got the add-ons as well. Once you click it, you guys can see for yourself how beautiful this looks like. It already shows you that you're gonna be changing from this to that access. Accounts for everything. You can click on checkout, change the payment method. All of this is out of the box ready for you. You have the unsubscribe button and the disable button if for whatever reason there was an error. All of these are mobile responsive and you can change the UI as you see fit. So we're going to click on save now. Now here we're going to be able to embed it. So the next step is we need to do two things. We need to have something called an identify event. When a user signs in, we need to connect their Clerk ID to their Schematic user profile. So what we're doing essentially is every time the user interacts, we will identify that, okay, this user is this user in Schematic. So we create a connection between the two. That's step one. Step two, we're going to create the pricing page, which will allow the member to go into the app, change their pricing. Let's go ahead and do it. I'm going to show you right now. Now, this is where it gets pretty cool and serious, right? So step one, the link, the identify link. Now, what does that mean, right? So let's go back, events. Here, we want events to flow into Schematic. We want to know who is this user right now? Because without knowing this, we don't know how to determine what level a user is, right? So in this case, if we don't have this right now, how do I know that this is Sonny on this app? We don't know, okay? So I need to basically fix that. So how do we do it? We go to our user layout, and here is where we're going to go ahead and create something pretty cool. So in our user layout now, we're going to go ahead and create something called a schematic provider. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So inside of our components, I'm going to create a folder called schematic. So schematic, and inside of here, we're going to have a couple of things. We're going to have schematic provider.tsx. Now here, we're going to have RFC. Now the schematic provider is going to look something like the following. So firstly, the base of it is going to be the following. So we actually need to install schematic and schematic react. So none of this stuff is installed yet. So firstly, it's a provider. It has children, which means we're going to have things nested inside of it. And the goal is that eventually we're going to have it look something along the lines of this. So inside of our layout for the user, it's going to be inside of the HTML, be something like schematic provider, and it will look something like this. So this is how it will essentially become. And the children of the schematic provider pass through as React nodes, and we render out here. But obviously we don't have any of these things here. So that's because we need to install it correctly. So how do we install it? Well, what I can do is I can go to schematic HQ, schematic HQ, we can type in, let's say React SDK. Set up the SDK. And what you'll see is inside the documentation section on docs.schematic.hq, let's go to just docs.schematic.hq. You scroll down, go down to SDKs, go to React. And here you have the React library. So we need to install this. Somebody says, what is Patreon? Patreon is a creator support platform. So basically, you know, you can support your favorite creator, for example, me, and you get access to exclusive content that I post when we're going to feature gate it. So if you're level 1, you get access to level 1 post, level 2, access to level 2 post, level 3, access to level 3 post, plus the ability to comment and DM the creator. So I'm teaching you feature gating as well. Hello chat, what's up Enigma? I see you. And we're going to add schematic React into our app. Once that's done, we're going to go ahead and see the following. So once that's done, we can go ahead and import things like the schematic provider and so forth. So schematic provider, let's go ahead and pull this in. We've already imported that. Now here we should be able to pop in the following. So we need the two here, schematic provider and use schematic events. Now we need to set a next schematic publishable key. We need to check that, and if there is any issue with that, we need to throw an error. Okay, now the first thing is we're going to go ahead and check that up the top. This is also going to be a client component, so we're going to say use client at the top of the file. And now you can see schematic wrapped is going to be a separate component that we have above over here. So we're basically inlining a component here, and this is going to be a schematic wrapped component. Now this one is eventually we're going to say return children. This is our first step. So this is basically the base of our application. And then we're going to pull using use schematic events, the identify call. Okay, so this is our base. The first step we need to do is get this next public schematic publishable key. So I want to open up our environment local, and I'm going to make sure that you can't see mine. I'm going to pop this in. So as you can see, it added in Sanity IDs. So I'm just going to pop in a little tag that say that's Sanity. This is Clerk. And in the Papa GitHub repo, we have access to all this code in case you're wondering and you want to look for it. Now, what I want to do is I obviously need to have access to schematic next publish schematic publishable key. Oh, I just showed the whole bloody thing. Okay, anyway, I'm going to invalidate the keys is or is. So don't show these keys. Okay, I always slip with that. Anyway, it's fine, is what it is. So at this point, the next publishable key, this one, It's a secret. These things are secrets. Don't show them. I'm going to invalidate my key after the live stream. Here's what it is. It's harder than it looks to sometimes not do that, but it's fine. We'll invalidate them. So I'm going to go over to Schematic inside of my app right now. So where do we have our dashboard? So here, for example, and I need access to a key. So we're going to here, we're going to API keys, and let's go ahead and grab a key. So I'm going to create a key. And we're going to call this one API key. You can call it whatever you want, production, development, whatever the case. In this case, we're in a development environment. Save changes. And this will give me a key. And you can see we've got a publishable key and a secret key. Publishable key is this one here. So let's go ahead and do this right now. So let's take this publishable key like so. And the secret key, I'm still going to try and be somewhat protective. So we're also going to have a secret key, which is the one that I'm going to paste in here. And that comes from here. So we copy this and now I'm going to paste it in here. So I'm pasting the secret key, hitting OK, and I'm closing the environment local file. Okay. Now we have our schematic publishable key here, and we have everything like so. So with that said, firstly, hit a refresh. Your app should still be working. That's the first step. Okay, you've done something right if that's the case. Now what we need to do is fix this, obviously. So the schematic wrapper, what are we doing here, right? So the schematic provider, sorry. Schematic wrapped, where is it? So here, we go here, and inside of here, what are we doing here? Well, this is where we essentially need to send events through to our user. So this is where we create our connection with Clerk. So basically, we need to get access to the logged in user. In order to do that, what we do is we say const user equals use user. This will give us access to the currently logged in user via Clerk Next.js, right? So now we have the user here. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a simple use effect. A use effect is something very powerful. It means that every time, and I have a whole video on use effects if you don't understand what a use effect is, but this will render every time the identity and identifier call changes or the user logged in, who's logged in changes. Now, first step, I need to get a username of any capacity. So I'm going to check through a bunch of the user's properties and we'll say either try and get the username. If that don't exist, get the full name. If that don't exist, get the email address. If that don't exist, get the ID. Okay. And now if we have a user ID, then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. And I'm going to assume, user ID could be optional. Then I'm going to call the identify call. Now the identify call is the call from schematic that we send the event through. So this will actually come through here. So this is what we're essentially trying to do. We're trying to send an event through here. Now, the way that schematic works is we have two levels of keys. We have something called the user key and a company key. Schematic can be used for B2B and B2C. So I'm going to show you how to register a call. We have something called the company level keys that you have to go ahead and use. And they're in the process of simplifying this, but for now we have to provide both and user level keys. And all we need to do here is we just need, for the company, we go ahead and say the following. We say company level keys is company keys with an ID with a name outside. And then for the user keys, we just say keys and we pass in the user's ID like so. And then we give it a name. So in this case, the username. Now, with that done, it's actually already finished. So that in itself will, every time the user or the identify call changes, we will now get an event sent through here. So if I hit a refresh now, this should send in an event through here. So let's hit a refresh here and we should see an event, identify event was called. So I hope I didn't pollute the two. So let's go to features. I just want to double check something. Add-ons. Okay, so this is correct. Let's go to events. And we need to do a little debug right now just to ensure that I've done it correctly. So first things first, we can do is we can do a console log and just say fired. And we can check. So hit a refresh. Is it ever fired? That's the question. So right now, it's never firing that. So we have our schematic wrapped. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to cut my server. I'm going to run the server once again. And let's try one more time. Hit refresh. And let's see. So hit a refresh on the event stream. There you go. Okay, so there's a lot of changes. Sometimes refresh your server. Now you can see an identifier call was happening where company and user is the same. We're just assuming one company is one user. That's fine. Jimmy Newman, what's up? Enigma, what's up? As well to the chat. Welcome, guys. So now you can see this is identifying the user. What you should see is attributed to company and attributed to user. Again, if you want to do B2B, you can handle the company part as the overall organization and then the user as the individual of said organization. However, in this case, we're just doing B2C, which means that every user is essentially acting as a company. Okay, so in this case now, every time the user interacts with the website, it's going to go ahead and fire off a identify event. And this is perfect because now we have access to the user's state. We know who this person is when they're using the website, which is amazing. We have the quick start is already done, so it'll take us here. So now the next step is let's get the pricing component ready. So how do we get the pricing component ready? Remember the one we created? Well, let's click here. Let's go into this. And as you can see here, we've got this component ID. So what we're going to do, head over to our code, head over to our environment variable. So env.local. And I want you to add in another environment key for me. So I want to add in the component. So the component ID I have is this, and I want to do next public customer portal component ID. So this one here, next public customer portal component ID. And this is basically the ID of the component. And what I'm planning on doing is importing this into our component. Okay. So how do I do this now? Well, what we need is inside the documentation, you will see clear examples of how to do this. I believe it was here. You'll see an example of the components. Here we are, set up components. So here's how we do it. We need to firstly install this. So pm add. So that should be pm add. So copy that. Let's go over to our code. Bit of a mess right now everywhere. And let's go ahead and paste that in. So firstly, that should be pnpm and then add. So there you go. Let's install the required dependencies. So schematic components, React, Stripe, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now we have that down. Next up, let's go to set up your server for token exchange. So in order to render a component, we have to get something called a temporary access token. But the way they do it here is kind of ugly, right? I'm going to show you a very nice way of doing it with server actions instead. It's not an ugly way, but we're going to do it the Next.js way. Okay. We're going to take this same approach and we're going to do it the Next.js way. Okay. David, yo, what's up? Because hello from France, cursor power. That's it. I'm showed you how to set up your environment to supercharge it for this use case, but yeah, it's pretty awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and now let's go ahead and create an actions folder. Now this is going to be no, not here. We're going to go into our package.json level. So let's go to our package.json, create a new actions. Oh, I didn't know this was happening. What's up, Bob, man? Yo, Steven, what's good? Let's go ahead and do the actions folder. It's a server action. And now we're going to call this get temporary access token.ts. Okay. Now this is going to be a server action, a Next.js server action. We're going to say use server. Okay. And here we're going to go ahead and get a temporary access token. So this is a very powerful thing in Next.js, right? So, server actions. It essentially allows us to not have to write API calls for every single server interaction. We can simply create a server action and do what we need to do. So how do I do this? What we're going to do is we're going to initialize the Schematic SDK by doing the following. We import it like so, and I need to actually install the node library. So previously we installed the components, the React. We did not install node. So we need to install this, right? So let's go over here. And we're now installing the node library. Once that's done, we already have set up our Schematic API key. This error will now disappear. We have our new Schematic client, which we instantiate with API key. Great. And then the first step is we need access to the current user who is logged in. We can do this by using the amazing current user function from Clerk. This will give us the current user if they're logged in. If we don't have a user, we can simply return no because there's an issue, right? We don't have the users not logged in, right? Schematic also just updated a bunch of stuff this morning. So yep, there are loads of new things coming in. What we then need to do is issue a temporary access token. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do that via the following call. So we can say response equals await client.access tokens.issue temporary access token. And then what we do is remember resource type company, because we set up the identify call via a company, and then we do lookup and we just simply pass in the ID. Okay. Now you just need to make sure this ID matches the ID obviously that we're using, which is the Clerk IDs, which is consistently the case. All right. Now what I recommend we do here is you console log the following. So you do this to help you out, right? And then what I'm going to do is response.data.token is what I'm going to return. So this will give me a token now. And with this token, I will be completely able to go ahead and render a component. It's a temporary access token, okay? So I've got this ready. The next step is I need to create something called a schematic wrapper, okay? This is going to be a helper component that I'm going to use. So inside of my schematic folder, I'm going to call it the schematic wrapper component.tsx, okay? Now this one, we're going to do RFCE, and this is going to be called the schematic wrapper, and it's going to go ahead and take, this is a server action. Okay, so this is a server component, sorry, by default in Next.js. If you don't include, you know, if you don't include use client, everything is a server component by default. We're going to say this is a component ID, and the type is going to be a simple string. Okay. Then what we're going to do is, because we're in a server component, I can go ahead and you directly await at the top level our server action, get temporary access token. This will give me a token. Now we have a token, which is awesome. I can go and say, if there is no token, we're going to throw an error saying, whoops, something went wrong. No access token, right? So in this case, the access token, we're going to call it this. There we go. Now, if that all went well, what we're going to do is we're going to return the following, a schematic embed component, which I need to write now. And this will take an access token and a component ID. So let's go ahead and create that schematic embed component.tsx. And this is simply just going to render out. So we do RFCE. This is going to be a client component. This will take the two arguments that we spoke about, the access token and the component ID. We don't need a use effect. That's wrong. And then what we need is we're just going to simply import the schematic components function from schematic. And we're simply going to render out that embed. So we're going to get rid of all of that. We're going to render this out with the access token and the ID of the component. And we don't need this, whatever that is. So this will render out the schematic embed. So why is this all so powerful now? So firstly, let's import that as well. We are combining server components with server actions to generate an access token. Once we have that, then we take our, access token, which was via a server component, and we render a client component, which is the schematic embed. So this is where I talk about having a core understanding of Next.js is crucial. It can be very confusing if you don't understand Next.js at those core fundamental levels. Regardless if you want to vibe code to the end of the day, like it does not matter. If you don't have a clear understanding of how server components and client components work, you will get spaghetti coded out here. This is why I highly recommend you join an awesome, amazing community. And yes, I just called our own community awesome because it is the best on the planet. Something like Zero to Full Stack Hero, where I break it all down. So if you ever get stuck, head over to papareact.com and head over to papareact.com/course. Yeah, I have a crazy amount of light coming through the screen right now. I apologize, guys. But I don't want to tweak the camera, but it's around 4 o'clock and it's just super bright outside. So, and the camera is super sensitive. I've got an ISO setting. I don't want to change it all. It's fine. All right. But thank you for that. But if you guys do get stuck on that kind of stuff, remember, head over to papareact.com/course. The link is in the description. And I teach all of this because this is fundamental knowledge you have to understand. Okay. So with that in mind, now let's continue on. So let's go back into our build. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a pricing page that I'm going to render that inside of. Okay. So I'm going to render a pricing page and that's going to have the component in. So in this case, let's go to our app And I am wearing sunscreen because I'm in Dubai. So even this indoor exposure is intense for the sun rays. So we're going to do pricing, and I'm going to create a page.tsx, and we're going to do RFCE, and we're going to call this the pricing page. Okay. And this is going to be a server page by default. So now if I go to /pricing, we now should have a page called pricing page, you see? So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and get the component ID. So let's go ahead and say the following. We're going to have the customer portal component ID, which we've set in our, our previous setup. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a div underneath here, which is going to have the schematic wrapper. And we're going to pass in the component ID into it. This bit I need to fix because it's horrible. Yep. I'm going to say this has got a BG white rounded 2XL. Oh, look at that guy. Guys, shadow XL and padding of 8. There we go. So let's give it a little bit of styling as well. And just like that, oh, look at that. Beautiful. It's in there already. It knows who the user is because of the identify call. If we click change plan, you see we're currently on this plan, and guys, it just fully works. So I want to go ahead and show you that in just a second. I want to fix the UI a little bit. So it's horrible right now. I hate this. So I'm going to go ahead and change the styling up a little bit. How do you snap the window size like that? I actually use better snap tool. No, I don't know. Jay, which one are we using right now? I switched a few times, but I've got keyboard shortcuts all over the place. But I teach that in the coaching course. We can talk about that in a coaching call. Inside 0 to full stack hero. So I'm going to put a little bit of styling here as well. Let's go ahead and do this. I use rectangle. That's it. So an app called rectangle. So I'm doing min height, a little calculation to account for the header, and then the background gradient. And as you can see, that is beautiful. Almost there, except I want another div surrounding everything with a max width. I want max width 6XL, MX auto, padding X of 4, padding Y of 16, and I'm going to give a little bit of a breakpoint thing, so a separation. So everything by default is mobile responsive. If we hit these breakpoints, we can change the sizing. So this is how we do a responsive design. So now you can see that's a lot cleaner. I don't want it being super stretched. Right, there we go. That's super clean. And then to make it super neat, I'm going to have a pricing title, a dynamic one, to be honest, at the top over there, which is we're going to add in afterwards. But let's test it out. Let's see if it works, guys. So a couple of things. Firstly, I'm going to have my Stripe open to prove that we're actually charging a user. So what I'm going to do now, go to transactions. And as you can see, no transaction at the moment. Okay. So, oops. No transaction at the moment. Let's go ahead and do change plan. Right, I'm going to become a VIP crew member. Let's go ahead and do this. Next, add-ons. Let's get a month of coffee for Sonny as well. See how it calculates everything. Check out. And now I need to create a payment thing here. So I'm going to do 4242. This is the test card in Stripe. You should use this when you're testing. Okay. Now let's go ahead and save the payment method. And as you can see, it's gone ahead and added that in. If we go ahead and simply go ahead and hit a refresh quickly, 1 minute, let's do it again. I just want to double check. Have I got my payment method saved? So let's try that again. 42424242. I think I hit a refresh early there. 1, 2, 3. And you could save that detail here as well if you wanted. And as you can see, it's because I've got it running in a few spots right now. Let me just try one more time. I find that it tends to happen when I'm on dev a little bit. I find that I get into this issue. 424242, 32, and then save. Is it good now? Yeah, there you go. We got through. Okay. So now I can obviously change my plan up. Let's do VIP. Let's do a month of coffee. And you can see right now, I don't want the year, I want a month. And now I've treated Sonny to a year, a month of coffee, plus I want to become a VIP. Click pay. And just like that, guys, it will go ahead and change up. So let's go ahead and pay now. and bow, I am now a level 3 VIP access member. VIP access to the OGs. We have all of our usage criteria there, and the user has access to it all. That is absolutely awesome, right? That's cool. So it's working just like so. So smash the like button if you are impressed with that. Let's also see if it build the user. Let's go over here and you'll see a transaction would have gone through now. So we can see, look, there you go, guys. USD, there you go. Amazing, amazing stuff. Okay. So now you guys can see that it was charged in USD. We've got Schematic productions. There's the fees get deducted and the net amount is passed over. So that in itself is super, super powerful, guys. Like you guys can see for yourself that the whole thing gets charged to the user and the amount comes through. So look at that, 79.98, right? So succeeded, all goes through. And now all of the subscriptions are all managed for you. So if we were to go into it, and you can see that user subscription now, set up for future use to the payment IDs, subscription. So if you were to go to payment, customers, we can see there is Sonny here with a level 3 VIP access. And as you can see, all of his payment details, his billing frequency, all of that has been set up on account for $29.99 with next invoices all set up. That is cool, guys. That is very, very cool. Right? And that's all working through the sandbox. Obviously, that is test payments. And when you do the credit card, you must use 4242 when you're using the test account, okay? Just FYI, in case anyone ever gets into an issue with that. So once that's done now, we have access to the payments. So now we can run full speed, guys, and build out the rest of this entire app. So firstly, while we're here, we might as well figure out the pricing component here. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how we can do that really easily as well. So on the pricing title, I'm going to have a component called pricing title, like so. This one right here is going to be a pricing title component. I'm going to go ahead and take that. And let's go ahead and create a component called pricing title.tsx. Now you can put it here, or some people like to also put it in the same location. So up to you, to be honest with you. It's down to what your team is doing and so forth. This is going to be a client component, and it's going to dynamically output the user's membership, like what we should say on the screen essentially. So what I'm going to say here is I'm going to create a custom hook called membership tier, and I'm going to say equals use membership tier. Now this is going to be a custom hook that I'm going to create, and then I'm going to say is premium, and this is going to be if the membership tier exists and if membership tier is greater than level 1. So that's like, obviously level 1 is meaning, you know, if you're a paid member, then it will go ahead and, you know, say the appropriate thing. Now under it, we're going to simply have just some presentational logic. We're going to have a heart icon from the CD React. And all this will say is thank you for supporting if you're a paid member. And it will say manage your membership, or it will say, you know, become a member if you're not a paid member. So to get this all working, we need to do two things. Firstly, let's import this into our page. Second thing, let's go ahead and create our use membership tier special custom hook. So in this build, you're learning a ton, including custom hooks as well. So at this point, let's go to hooks. Let's go ahead and say use membership tier.ts. And inside of here, guys, we're going to create a custom hook. So if you do RFCE, I'm going to show you how to create a custom hook right now. So this is going to be a client component. This does not return JSX. Instead, it will return some the following. So we're going to have a couple of things here. We're going to have use membership tier, which will return either the membership level type. So membership level type, which we need to define, or no. Okay. Now membership level, what is that? So firstly, membership level, we need to create a types folder. So I'm going to go ahead at this level and create a types folder. And inside of here, we're going to call it types.ts. And membership level is going to exist like so. So we're going to have a few things in this folder. We're going to have tier access, backstage, crew, or VIP. We're going to have membership access is 1, 2, or 3. We're going to have an interface which maps to each one. Okay. So you can either have it, I'm going to show you a couple of ways you can do it. You can either have a membership, which is a record like so. Okay. You can have a tier map, which is like so. We don't necessarily need this, but this is a map. This is an interface. This can be used as a type. This can be used to map a tier access to a number, right? Then we can also have the opposite. So if we have 1, 2, or 3, we want to map it to the backstage, map 2 to v crew, and so forth. So I've created a helper function called get tier from level. So these, you can all pause the video and figure out what's going on here. But essentially, if I passed level 1 into this, it would return backstage. And this is all the type safety to go ahead and make it work. So once we got that down, I can go ahead and import membership level like so. And right now we can go ahead and continue implementing this. So got a couple of things here. Well, Schematic give us a use schematic flag, right, which is very helpful, which we can go ahead and use like so. The first step is we need to go ahead and get access to the router, because we're going to go ahead and route the user based on certain things. Now we need we're going to basically create a little check here by saying the following. We're going to say use schematic flag backstage content crew member. Now this is the important part. This has to perfectly map to our backend. So if I was to go over here, for example, let's go into our schematic. Now here where we have our plans, this has to map perfectly back into our features. So remember the backstage content. So here, backstage content has to map to this. Okay. Crew member content has to map to this. So just make sure you're perfectly set. And VIP access has to map to this. And what we're doing is these, like it'll be false, true, false, false, true if you're VIP. False, true, false if you're crew. It'll be true, false, false if you're backstage content. And based on that, we're going to have some separate logic. Now, outside of it all, we're going to have the following. We're going to have, if you're a VIP member, it will return 3. If you're crew content, it will return 2. If you're backstage, it will return 1. Otherwise, it returns no. And then we're going to have a use effect. This use effect is going to be basically responsible for, 1 second, guys. Use effect. This one is going to essentially have the following. It's going to have the router. And then here, we're going to go ahead and have this special, this is more of a race condition function. So I'm going to pop this in and you guys can feel free to investigate as you want. But this is more a case of if the plan changes. To be honest with you, I don't really want to include this. This is more of a case of if you want to know when the plan changes, this will fire off accordingly. So if you do a window.add event listener plan changed, this will go ahead and attach a listener. So every time the plan changes, you can do some custom logic. In this case, I'm just refreshing the router. And here we have a plan changed event. So I'm going to add some custom types to satisfy this type issue at the top here. So you guys can feel free to pause the video and check that out. But this is an optional step. And it's because there is a certain race condition until the Next.js SDK is out for Schematic. But for now, this will work well. And if we were to go back here now and include our custom hook and go back to our pricing page, hit the refresh button, we can see support my work will now turn to thank you for supporting when it's ready. That is awesome, right? There you go, guys. We've got that working great. And now we can use membership tier every time we want to go ahead and change. If I wanted to change back now to, let's say, backstage pass, you can see that credits to be applied, next add-ons. Let's go ahead and remove the add-on. And then let's go back. And you can see we get credits that are reimbursed into the account. And now you can see that we're back on level 1. Okay. And you see how it says support my work, how it dynamically changed accordingly. So let's do the header, the tier badge. So let's go ahead. Now we've got things running. We can go ahead and really get moving with this now. So let's go to the header and let's implement the current tier badge. So remember we have the current tier badge that we were going to create here. Let's go ahead and implement that. So the current tier badge is going to go in here. So current tier badge.tsx RFCE. This is going to look something like the following. It's going to have this beautiful VIP access if it's there, right? So current tier badge is going to look something like this. It's going to be a client component. like so. And here we're going to have the use membership tier, which is going to come from the following. Now, if we have to check the user as well. So in this case, we've got to have check on Clerk side if the user is logged in. If there is no user, we're not going to return a button. So we're going to return nothing. If there is no membership tier, we're also going to return this. We can shorthand this by going and doing the following. Then what we're going to do is we're going to use our, because this will give us a number essentially, right? Or membership level. So I need to convert the number into the text. So we're going to use our helpful function here, so which will convert the number into the text. And that'll give us the tier access. Now, once we've done that, I'm going to create a badge component where I'm going to pass in the kind of the few different props. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in a variant called interactive, tier access, and a link to where the button should take us to. So in this case, we have to create this. So first up, I'm going to import current tier badge so we can get rid of that error. Now we need to create the badge. So let's go ahead and do a badge component. So badge.tsx rfce. Let's go ahead and create our badge like so. We need to have the following. The badge props will come in like so. And it's not going to be those props actually. It's actually going to be these. Simple or interactive. Tier access we import from our own tier. And the variant is by default going to be simple always. Tier is going to be fine. Link as well. And class name we can go ahead and get as well. Okay. Now, base styles. We're going to go ahead and get the level, the label, and the badge color. So let's go ahead and pop those in. So in this case, we've got all of these. We've actually got the membership map. We've already set up as well. The membership map was actually coming from the, it should have come from here, membership map. Oh, we didn't do membership map. Oops. I completely forgot to do membership map. So sorry guys, the membership map was the final one I forgot to add in. Membership map is we turn a number into some nice text. So like this, right? So we have a membership map. Let's go ahead and take that, map it over. And badge color is going to be a nice little utility that we're going to go ahead and create. So for the badge, I'm going to go ahead and create a little utility class. So what we can actually do here is these are all inside of, they're all wrapped around a badge. So let's go ahead and take the current badge, pump it inside of here, update, yes. And also here we can update, import the badge like so. Go to our badge. Now what I want you to do is also inside of this folder, let's create a utils function. So utils.ts, and inside of here, this can be utils.tsx actually. So .tsx. And to be honest, what we should have here is a lib folder where we have util. Okay. And then what we're going to have is two helper functions. We're going to have one which is called get badge color. It takes a tier, and it basically, we have a switch statement on the tier and it returns a specific styling for each default level. And same for the icon. For level 3 VIP, we have a crown. Level 2, we have a star. And the default, we have a user profile image. So once we've got that down, let's import that from our util. Now we have our base styles. We have everything that we need. We just need to go ahead and actually use it. So at this point, we can either return the default, which is a p tag, which it has our base style colors, badge color, and class name. But if the variant is interactive, then I'm going to go ahead and return a link, which is a clickable link, which has a different style to it. So then we're going to return a Next.js link tag, which is going to have a link with the following styles appropriately added. And then we're going to have the icon next to the label. So now once we've done that, we've got our interactive, we've got our current tier badge, which is going to go ahead and check the membership tier, go ahead and render out the badge accordingly. And then here we save the header and let's do a refresh. And now we should at the top see, hey, look at that. And because it's interactive and we click, that's clickable. So let's go to the home page. And now if we click that, we should go to pricing. So boom, there you go. Lovely. All right. And that's looking absolutely awesome. Okay. Now, oh, that's interesting. Why have I not got a change strange. Mine's bugging out. We should have had a let's have a look. Plans. My component is actually weirdly changed. So change plan. Yeah, that should have been there. That's weird. I'm gonna cut my terminal and restart my terminal. Very weird issue happened there. Our change subscription should be active there. So let's see. Let's log out and log back in. That's very strange. Something's happened there. Weird. So say, there we go. Let's sign in to the right account. The danger of leaking keys is you never know what people are up to. So let's go into our pricing. Free for everyone. Yes. I don't have my correct. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change one thing. So let's do, for example, heading 2, save, and let's hit a refresh. Very weird. I've got a weird bug going on my side where I'm not getting access to the correct component. Let me refresh my network. Let's go ahead and disable the cache. So what I can do here, just to absolutely sanity check it over, is I'm gonna go ahead and just, that's very strange. I think either something's changed here. So let's go to our configuration. We've got our all of our current configuration levels, level 1, 2, and 3 all set. And then we have the features. And then what I might do is log into a new user's account. Let's see. I've hit some very strange edge case right now. So I'm gonna hit my team at papareact.com account. Let's do that. Boom, boom. And then we can build the rest of the app out. We are currently at 2 hours. I believe another hour or 2, we're good. And we'll get this smashed out. So right now, backstage, there we go. Let's go to our pricing. There we go. Okay. So I hit a very weird edge case. I'll find out what the situation is with that. But right now we are back on track. All right. So we now have level 1 access. Cool. So what I want to now do, guys, is really accelerate on the development side. So I want to get a lot of the features down. I want to get the current, the colors will change. So according to what level we are. So in this case, if I was to, go back to pricing and I was to go ahead and change plan, let's go to VIP. Let's do our credit card again. And I might run into that edge case that I've run into before with a credit card. I feel like I will in this situation, to be fair. I hope not, but the development gods are against me sometimes. Yeah, I think I have run into that again. Let me do it again. On dev, I notice I get these issues slightly, but I am working with the team intensely to get them wrapped around, so we will be good. On production, I notice I don't get any of these issues. There we go. Let's change the plan. Let's do VIP. And let's say I turn to a yearly plan, month of coffee, boom, pay now. We should become a VIP. So let's see. And you see, there we go, guys. Boom, VIP access. Great. All right, we're all good. So now let's go ahead and start accelerating the build. So what do I mean by that? Let's start building out all of this beautiful stuff. Okay, so first step, we need to sort out the Sanity backend. So Sanity's backend, meaning everything that we need in our production backend. So this means all of the schemas, all of that good stuff. And also I want to mention now, if you're enjoying the build, just simply do me a favor and destroy that like button right now, because it helps us more than you understand, right? So what I'm going to do now is go over to our schema. So Sanity, schema types, index, and we have our schema, right? So let's go ahead and do this. These last two projects are making use of Sanity in ways I would have never tried. I absolutely love that. We're trying to push the boundaries on what is seen as possible with these kind of bits of tech. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. So in this case, we're going to create a couple of things. We're going to create a post.ts type. We're going to create, let's do a post first. So in this case, again, the whole thing is the same over and over again. So first up, we have define type, and I'm defining a schema here. Now, again, I showed you how you can use Cursor to help you out with this, but for this instance, I'm just going to step through it, and you can feel free to pause the video at any moment and get, copying with it. Or again, all of the code is available in the public GitHub repo. So this is the base that we have, and then we have the fields, right? So the fields. So firstly, we're going to have a title and a body. The body is a block body. This means it's basically rich text. And then we have the tier access as well as the cover image. Okay. So we have tier access and cover image. Don't copy run the build yourself. Yeah, honestly, if you want it for free, then run the build yourself. In this case, look, you got the list, and all you need to make sure is the values here are matching what we have in our area. Okay. So in this case, we have our posts. Now, if I was to go over to, let's change this to localhost/studio. Now, if I want to add the post in, what we can do is we simply pop the post in like so. And that will add in a post. So now we should have posts. If I hit the refresh here, we will have posts in a moment with a nice little logo. So as you can see, posts, and boom, there you have it, right? Now, what I'm going to do after we get all of this done is I'm going to show you how we can deploy that so Jay can then go ahead and update it as we carry on with the build. So next step, I'm going to do comments. So I'm going to do comment.ts. And then here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have define type. Oops, define type. And then I'm going to have the same situation. And again, no real magic here, no changing things. We're going to have this with fields like so. Okay, so this is comments, user comments on post, preview is how it looks. And then we have the fields themselves. So the fields, we've got the post, which is a reference to type post. We have reference to type post, which we just created. We have the string, the name, we have the user image URL, who posted it, the email of who posted it, the comment itself, and the created at, which I don't need the created at because we actually already do that. So I'm going to get rid of that. So that's essentially what we have. Again, very simply, we hook this up with the comment. There we go. Cursor hook coming in clutch there, as you can see. And then we have the final one, which is the message. And this message is going to be regarding the VIP messages. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So messages, it's going to be this right here. So message like so. Let's go ahead and pull this in. Everyone's in flow state, I can tell. And then we've got this down. Let's go ahead and pop in the following and say fields like so. So we have, we have message VIP messages, type document, mail plus with the messages sent by VIP users to the creator. And then we have the individual fields and how we present it. And I'm going to have the sender name, the sender email, the message body, and is read. Okay, so these are the different fields. Sender name, sender email, message body, and is read. We go back and we need to reference this over here as well. And just like that, we have our full schema set up. So what I'm going to now do is deploy this Sanity Studio so Jay can log in and start adding to it. And this is the cool part. We're going to run Sanity deploy, and I'll show you how awesome this is. Checking project info, studio host name. Let's go ahead and give it one. Let's give it a Patreon, YouTube, clone, hit enter. And this is how we do a local Sanity deployment. So different ways of doing it. Oh, that's interesting. And this, as you can see now, Jay, I want you to go ahead and start adding information in. And we're going to literally see Jay in the mix of that. going ahead and be able to do it. So you've got two deployments. You've got the Sanity deployment and the Vercel deployment. Oh, there's that issue. I completely forgot about these ones. Next, Sanity dataset. That one is because of... Oh, I forgot about that actually. Damn. Root properties. Add studio host. That's interesting actually. I forgot about that. How do you change that one? I forgot. I haven't actually done a local deployment in a minute. That one is manage project. Is it environment variables here? I believe it was. Let's see. Environment variables. Well, I'm sure there was a section in one of these studios. Here we have a studio. It's been a minute since I've done that, so I'm curious. Where was it? It was next public. You just need your project ID. Yeah, but where do we put it? It was, yeah, we've got this one, but I need to, if I go to this, Jimmy Newman, I learned an insane amount just from the first couple of builds by fixing our own problems without looking at the repos. You're 100% correct. Yeah, 100% guys. Yeah, so that's correct guys, but I also already have these. I just don't have them in the Sanity's environment. So we need to set Sanity's environment variables. That's the difference. So yes, I have these in my environment. You see, I have them here. So Sanity project ID, Sanity dataset, which is absolutely correct. You guys are right. But we need to set that on Sanity side. So I can't remember for the life of me where we do that. I believe, if anyone remembers, feel free, jump in. I believe it was, I can literally trigger a deployment that will also work. Okay, there is another thing we can do. We can use Sanity Studio next. Okay, so another thing we can do is, I remember now. So inside of, where's that error happening? It was for this next public Sanity dataset, right? So right now that's happening because of here, next Sanity public dataset. So this is also actually given to us. You can either do all production, but it's also process.env. It's Sanity, they give us another one. So Sanity Studio env variables. It's Sanity Studio. Here you go. Boom. There you go. Sanity Studio environment variable name. So Sanity Studio title, blah, blah, blah. And those things. So you also have to have the Sanity Studio Sanity data set up. So env local. What I want you to do is where we have these, I want to do Sanity Studio, Sanity project ID, and you basically paste that in. And then Sanity Studio, oh, sorry guys, Sanity Studio, Sanity dataset. I want you to do the same thing that I just did. And then you do a Sanity deploy. Okay. So now give this a try. That was it. I knew it. I knew it. I'm sure that is exactly it. And that will pick up now. So if we do Sanity deploy, it will actually see those two environment variables if I'm correct. So let's do, there you go. Look at that. Woo! I knew it. I knew it. Now let's see. And now Jay should be able to get in there. So next public is up. Oh God, what do I do here? No, don't do that. Oh God. Okay, don't do what I mean, I just want to see, did it get past that or not? Yep, so there you go. So here, process.env .sanity studio. It's not that one. It's Sanity Studio dataset. Sanity Studio. There we go. So it's either that or it's that. And then missing environment variable or Sanity Studio dataset. There you go. Oh, okay. No, that changed it. or Sanity Studio. There you go. Sometimes don't listen to Vercel can throw you off like that. So now we double check it again. Oh, debugging 101. The reason why you guys probably haven't had that issue is because if you deploy on Vercel, you'll never get to this issue point. I'm trying to deploy on Sanity's deployment before so Jay can populate. I just want to show you there's two ways you can do that. All right, but yes, if you deploy via Vercel, it will actually find it without any issues. So Sanity dataset, next public Sanity dataset. God damn it. So we're also using it here. That's why. So this is either or. Sanity Studio. Why is it just doing that? God, it's so frustrating. Sanity that. Yeah, and same with this one, or Sanity Studio project ID. There you go. That's what you need to do, guys. Right. Sanity deploy. 15th time is the charm. And now we have it everywhere covered. Yes. So in case you're wondering, that is how it's done. And I'm pretty sure that will fix that issue. So let that happen. And then Jay can populate. I want to show you this because I think it's interesting. People will skip over that. I want to show you that things aren't always working. It's fine. We just debug it live. Let's try again. Sanity project ID. Okay, so we're getting to the next issue now. Sanity project ID. So somewhere we are trying to pull Sanity. Oh, there we go. Knew it. Yep. So you see, we're breaking it down. Sanity Studio project ID. There you go. So this or Sanity project process. Oh my God, process.env.Sanity Studio, and then we can say or Sanity Studio project ID. This will work now. I have faith. This is for Sanity CLI, by the way. Oh, Patreon. There we go. I have faith now. Trust me, this will work. It's one of those like trust me, bro situations. You tap like me over here. Meanwhile, the sun is blaring on my face. AC fully blasting. There we go. All right, Jay, you should be good to go. Oh no! Oh my God. Okay, we're close. We're close. Is it mandatory to get this solved? Not really, but did I? Okay. Well, you know what? We could do the other way around. We could do. We could check first for this. Same with that. And I'm trying to rule out something here. I don't want to just jump through this part. I actually want to try and show you something here. And then for this. Okay, let's give that a try now. I don't actually need to do this. I could actually just do a Vercel deployment. I'm being very extra here, but I kind of just want to show you because it's really, I find it very cool that you can deploy it separately as a standalone Sanity database. Studio, I mean. And whoa, there is a delay. Let's open it up. And wait, and the refresh. Okay, I mean it's kind of there. So Sanity Studio project ID. Oh my God, what is going on? Sanity, including the following environment variables. Sanity project ID. Oh my God, guys, it's silly autocomplete. That is why. Look, Sanity project ID, Sanity dataset. Okay, make sure it's copied correctly. Oh my God. And same here. Look, Sanity Studio project ID, Sanity Studio Sanity dataset. Oh my God, there you go. That's why. Debugging 101. I love to show you guys the truth over and over again, because it's just like, yeah, it's never a curated perfect journey in dev. So you guys see me go through it, and hopefully it makes it normalized for you when you get stuck. Okay, Jay, get ready. I think we're good now. I'm confident. What? Hit a refresh. There you go. I knew it. It was cached. There you go, guys. Boom. We are live. Right. Thank God. Jay, if you go ahead and do that and you simply log into your Sonny account, you'll be able to do it. There you go, guys. Now Jay's in, so he'll be able to go ahead and do that. So firstly, round of applause. We made it. So that's actually working now. So if I was to go to it one more time just to prove, yep, there we go. It's working. Nice. So Jay, if you're inside, can you do me a favor and just add a post? So I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna show you guys, and we'll be able to see Jay doing multiplayer right now. So as he goes and creates a post, we should be able to see post pop up, and you'll see multiplayer aspect come in. So yeah, there you go. It helps out a lot with those kind of things. So I'll pop that on the side for now. And the next step is we're going to start building out the posts and everything. So Jay's going to start adding this in. We're going to start building out the components. And as you guys can see, look, there he is. There you go. Say well, hey to Jay. See how he's adding all this in? That's awesome. So Jay's literally flying through this right now, adding stuff in. So that is awesome. So that's why I wanted to flex on that part, because I think it's really important to show you that. So without further ado, let's I'll go full speed. Okay. And also expose everything else. That's great. So let's go over now to our homepage, the hello world page, because this clearly needs a lot of work. So let's go ahead and do this now. So next up, okay. First up, we need to go ahead and have a few sections. Number one, we're going to have a hero banner. Number two, we're going to have an information panel. Number three, we're going to have the post list, and we're going to have a horizontal line in between. Okay, so this is kind of what we're going to do. Marking it all out so you guys can see. Let's see the final. This is a hero banner, information list, posts, horizontal line. That's what we're essentially building right now. Let's go. So first up, hero banner. At this point, everything is actually set up. So now we can fly. Like I watch how we move really quick now. We're gonna have the hero banner.tsx rfce. Boom. We have a hero banner. And at this point, we have the site settings that I need. So we've already done that. Cool. Fairly straightforward. This is an asynchronous function, server component, import sanities, get site settings. Once we have that, we simply will pop in the following. We have our div with our Next.js image. And this one will say URL4, which we've already had the experience of running into. And then we have the appropriate image pop in. So once that's down, we'll go back over here. We import the hero banner, and just like that, pow. Look at that. Thank you, Jay. He's added the site settings in perfect time. Oh, that was actually me, I think, that one. But okay, so we've done that. Next up, we have the information panel. So information panel, let's go ahead and create that component. Information panel.tsx rfce. Boom. We are now in. And this is what I love. Like when you code things in the right way, you can really fly once you have, especially when you're using TypeScript, because you can confidently run through the entire app knowing that types are checked and everything is there and everything is moving. Love the banner. Super clean, right? Very, very nice. So for the outstanding div, for this one, I'm going to have a div like so. Let's go ahead and pop in the panel so we can start seeing it on the page. Oops. Oh my God, what have I done? Page. Information panel, there you go. So this information panel, we're going to have a few sections. The first step is the logo. This is going to be if the site settings exists or the logo exists, then we're going to go ahead. Firstly, pop in our image component. And then the next, we're going to have the site title and the description. Let's go ahead and pop those in. Very nice. And then we're going to have the stats, which is going to be the number of posts dot length. Now, number of posts dot length we don't actually have yet, so we're gonna have to create that. So that's the, so for now we're gonna say just 0 0 posts, right? And then we'll fix that in a minute. And then we're gonna have a call to action member button. This button is a dynamic button that we need to create. We're gonna then have socials, which we need to go ahead and fix. This socials is gonna be like so. And this right now does not exist on the site settings because we need to probably do our TypeGen one more time. Remember, we changed a bunch of stuff since then. Let's go to our TypeGen. So let that do its query. So why is this freaking out? This says does not exist on type site showing. That's wrong. So get site settings is define query site settings. Site settings schema types. We have our socials. Social media links. That's wrong. So I did not change that. That should have been socials. That's socials. And now we do our retype gen. And now that will disappear, boom. And then we have get social icon, which we need to create a lib for. This one is going to be a library function that we're going to use. So inside of our lib folder, top level, we're going to have a new get social or social to icon.ts file. And this, I'm going to install a helper library to help us out. pmpmi at iconspacked / react simple icons. And why this is cool is because of the following. So I'm going to let that install and pop in. We've got a React Lucid icon, and we have these. These are social icons like Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and we have a mapping. These are all the mapping from the drop-down values that we give inside of Sanity. And we're simply creating a type, and we're basically saying that you have to pass in one of those types and it will return a icon. Okay, so we hit save on that. We simply pop in this, we import our type definition, and now we should have the socials being popped through. Why that is not flying through, I do not understand. So site settings, let's do console log. Interesting. So console log social, let's see what's in there. Right now this is not being rendered at all. What am I doing? Dot social media links. It's still social media links. No, that's wrong. Oh, oops. Oh, okay. I see why. Yeah. So that's happening because when we entered the data, we messed up. Yeah, when we entered the data, we put it inside the wrong thing, which is why that is happening, which is super annoying. Oh no. Now we're getting that error on the local. That's fine. Oh, god damn it, the local's broken now. Oh, okay, let's fix it. That one should have been next pop. What the hell? Yeah, that was wrong. So it was here, guys, because in site settings, what you'll find is there will be an error here now. I changed the, there you go. I changed the links. So remove that field. And for here, what we will see is, Jay, if you can do this bit as well for me, I'm going to do it for my YouTube, and then I'm going to carry on with the rest of it. So https www.youtube.com/Sonny Sangha. Like, comment, and subscribe. Boom. And then we hit publish. That will now go and do that. We can delete the old one. Jay, you're doing it in the wrong. Don't do it now. Don't do it. I need to redeploy for you. So I'm going to redeploy the correct fix to you. And then you just need to refresh once it redeploys. Otherwise, you see what was happening. Jay was adding in the old style in there. Welcome to the stream, Miles. I appreciate you. So Jay, in a moment, that will redeploy and then you're good to go. Quick little water break and let's carry on. Okay, now you're good, Jay. If you hit a refresh, you should have it. Okay, so now we have, we should have YouTube popping into it. So if we go over to our build, get rid of that, what the hell that is. Here we have, yep, YouTube. There we go. So as Jay adds it in, we should be seeing more links pop in real time. It's the beauty here for this. And then we have the member button. So next up, we're gonna have the call to action member button. So member button. And also before I do that, I want to do one thing. I want to have it so in our page, I want this to elevate up into the top part. So I want a negative margin top of 20. That's much cleaner. Look at that, sometimes so subtle. Wow, look at it. Yeah, Jay, there you go. Nice one, Jay. He's adding in the links and you see how it pops in. Awesome. Okay, so member button next. Let's do that. So we got the member button. Smash that like button, guys. We're gonna go to member button.tsx rfce. Oops. All right, let's go and do that now. So this is gonna need both the user and the, it's gonna be a client component. So we're gonna need the use client. We're going to import the hooks like appropriate. And then if there is no user, we're going to pop that out. If there is no membership tier, we're going to pop in the following UI. We're going to pop in this. So it'll be like so. We're also going to have a loader. So now let's pop in the buttons. We can start seeing it being rendered. So we should just see membership button in a moment. If there's no user, return no. If there's no membership, return this. Yeah, that's good, Jay. Thank you. I need to change the music. We actually went through all the music. Let's go to official platform playlist. Let's start from top. Okay, so H1, hello. Right now we've got a bit of a hitch, so I need to stop it. PM dev. You will run into that at times, especially when you've got live updates and things like that. So it's a bit of a pain sometimes. But hit a refresh, just restart your dev server, and you're good to go. So now we should see that. Look at that loading member button. Nice. Right. So if there's no membership here, we should see that. If there's membership 1, I'm gonna have a UI for that. So we're gonna have a heart where it says become a member. If it's membership 2, we're going to have a upgrade to VIP. So a nice unique button experience every time. And if you're membership 3, we're going to have a, well, hey, thanks for being a VIP. Else, yeah, we're not going to return anything here. So look at that. So now we're a VIP. Amazing. And if I click it, it will take us to the pricing. That's awesome, right? And this is an upsell technique basically, because if you want to downgrade their plan, so let's go to level 2. For example, check out pay now. The user will become a level 2 user. And you can see that at the top, crew member. Go back home. And we should see that button is super dynamic now. So you see upgrade to VIP. That's awesome. Okay. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. They click it and then they can go ahead and upgrade to VIP. So we want it to be a super nice kind of dynamic experience and so forth, right? So member button, clean, done. The information panel section is done. Let's do the post. Oh, actually, no, it's not done. We need to do the the 0 post section. So this bit is fairly easy now. So we're going to have a const post equals await get posts. So remember what I spoke about before. We have a sanity interaction. So sanity lib, and this is going to be a post interaction get post.ts. And now we're going to create the query. So the query is very simple. It's going to be a get post query. And then this is going to be like so. So it's going to be export get post. We're going to have 2 queries as well. If I pass in a tier access, if I pass in a tier to get posts, then I'm going to call the get posts with a specific tier. Otherwise, we'll get the regular post. And what we're doing is we're querying for the post, ordering by the created at, and we also are getting the comments. And we're basically saying there's an extra field for comments, and that's going to be all of the comments where the reference matches the parent ID, and order those as well. And this is what we're saying. So if you pass in a tier, we only get the posts with that tier, and we return the data. Otherwise, we get all of the posts. And then what I do is, because I added a new query, I have to TypeGen again, and now we should see it goes from 1 to 3 grok queries. So what we should see, it should become 3, I believe. Yep, 3 grok queries, right? And now what we should see here is we have types. That's amazing. So if you see any, you done it wrong, that's correct. Okay, now we can import that. We have our posts, and just like this, now if I go to here and I say post.length pal, we should however many post.js added. There you go, 6 posts. Awesome. So I have all the posts coming through now as well. So now we can create the post list component. So you see how we fly through it in that sense? TypeGen makes the queries. TypeGen doesn't make the query. It handles the type generations for the query. So now what we're going to do is, on the home page, I'm actually going to have a const post equals await, and we're going to have it like so. We're going to have get post, but this will actually have a tier, and the tier will be based on, if you remember there was a drop down in the final one here, filter post by. And what we're doing here is when I click level 1, for example, this was becoming /tier backstage. And then that search param was allowing us to query based on that as well. So I'm going to show you how we can do that as well. So in order to do that, we have the search params in the header. So it will be here. Search params, we get the tier from search params, and then we just simply pass it in. So we need to implement that drop down, but essentially if we did pass in, you know, something like question mark tier equals a VIP, this would now go ahead and give us that value inside the search params. And then it would pass that into get posts, which would then go ahead and use the tier, which means that gets satisfied. It then passes through the tier here, matching only the posts with the tier access. So you can query basically. Now we have the post list. So at this point, we just simply would pass through the post lists. So we need to obviously create this component inside of our posts.tsx, rfce, boom. And now we have our post list. So this will basically, we have to create so this is the posts. Now you might be wondering, yeah, sure, we can use the sanity types. No, not really. It's going to come in with a bit of an issue. You have to use the query result that is returned from the query when we made the call inside of our page. So in our page.tsx, posts was of type get post query result, which means that we have to make sure that we're using that type. Okay. So here, this is freaking out. Why? Because we haven't saved that folder. Yep. So we hit save now, and this one should be okay in a minute. We'll figure that one out afterwards. Oh, it's because of this. It's a singular. Yep. There you go. No. And now we've got the posts. And now what we can do is we can render the site settings here, and we can say recent post by so-and-so. And then we basically start mapping it out. So here, I'm going to say section. This is an asynchronous function. And then here we say section. Instead, we import get site settings. and I'm going to have a couple of things. So firstly, I'm going to have a div with everything inside of it. And then inside of here, we're going to have recent post by, for example, Sonny Sangha. Oops. See, recent post by Sonny Sangha. Let's give this a bit of styling so it's not so close to the top. Nice. And now let's go ahead and we will have a filter by tier select button, which I will implement in a moment. And then we will also have another a post rendering section. We have a Clerk loaded. Clerk loaded is basically restricting this from loading until Clerk is absolutely loaded. So the JavaScript essentially has loaded. And that is because otherwise you can get into corner cases where it hasn't detected that the user is logged in and it shows a temporary, you need to sign in, which is rubbish. We don't want to do that. So a couple of things we need to do. So firstly, let's comment this one out and let's do filter by tier select. So filter by tier select.tsx. So filter by tsx, let's go ahead and do that. So this is going to be a component whereby we simply go ahead and use the client. So use client. We can go ahead and do use router. We're going to have the router from next navigation, not next router. This is going to be a drop down that we're going to essentially have. Now this drop down comes from Shadcn. So we're back in Shadcn land, and this is going to be the select component. So this component here. So this one right here. So we do is to install it, we copy this command, we go back over here, Command J, and we install it. Sonny has done it yet again. Thank you, Lawrence. I appreciate you. So once we've done that, all of the documentation actually shows you how to import it, use it, and so forth. It's kind of self-explanatory. So we basically would just go ahead, we pop that in, and then we can go ahead and render out. Now I'm going to render it out with our tier maps in both. So I'll show you how we do it. So we return the following. Now, tier map is from our type. Membership map is from our types. So this is weird now. Why is it weird now? Oh yeah, because now post list, we need to pop in this. Yeah. So this will now, when I select a value from the drop down, we will have a all option, and if we do get all as a selection, we route the user to the regular homepage, which shows all of the posts by default. Otherwise, we route them to the homepage with the tier being appended through. So again, sometimes we get caught in these horrible, annoying corner cases. PM dev, cut it out, rerun it, refresh, and we are good to go. That will work. I know it. Yeah, there you go. See? Now, you guys can see, we do filter post by backstage pass, and you see that it'll take a second to load. And then you see tier backstage, and that's actually changed the, you see over here as well, it'll go from tier backstage to crew member. There you go. And then we can go to all will take us back to localhost /. There you go. Awesome. And that will determine what gets rendered over there, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. The only thing that we need to do now is create a post component. So let's do that. So the post component is next. Post.tsx, RFCE, boom. Now post. So post component is going to be the following. So we have a post, then we have get query post result. However, it's actually an individual instance of that. So this refers to an array, right? We actually just refer to the individual, and that's how you do it. You say, I want an individual, like a singular from that result. And that's how you get a post. We need the user, the membership tier. We're also going to have obviously, as this is using hooks, these are going to be a client component. We need to import. Oh God, what do I do? Right. There you go. And now we're going to check post membership level, and also is the post locked. So a couple of things. Firstly, the tier map comes in handy here. So we're going to pop in, we're going to get the post.tier access, cast it to the tier access type because we know that's correct. backstage grill VIP. And then this will give us a level 1, 2, or 3. We have the is locked. Now is locked is the post level greater than the membership level? So is the membership level less than the post membership level? So if it is, then that post is locked. You're not allowed to look at it, right? So if you're not logged in, then we're going to show the following. So we're going to say if there is no membership tier, then here is essentially just a post. We show the cover image, but it's going to be essentially like this is a skeleton view. So this is essentially just a skeleton view. So you can basically see when we're logged out, it'll just look like a skeleton. Say sign in to view the post. And if there is an image, it'll have a skeleton for where the image would have been. Okay. Next up, we have, if it's locked, we're going to show a locked post. So this one, I'm going to create a locked post. I'll show you that in a moment. If otherwise, we return the full post, which is going to look obviously a lot more in depth. So here we have the full post. The full post. Wow, my room is freezing. It's like a bone chilling. It's actually like the AC is full blast and I'm freezing cold. So the article will link to the post page. And then here we have the article. I always say to Jay, I'm like, Jay, this one's not going to be a big build. And I get so carried away in the dev. It's crazy. For the styling here, we're going to add a bit of styling. And again, now this is where we start populating the actual start of the post. So what I'm going to do here is, so we can see what's going on, I'm going to create the locked post. So let's do locked post.tsx rfce. What is a locked post? A locked post essentially takes a post like so. This one is essentially gonna have some dummy data, some dummy styling, and it takes you to the pricing. So let's do it. So it's gonna have a bunch of things inside of it. So okay, let's do it. So we're gonna have linked. We have the link here like so. Cool. So we have the post cover image asset. So in this case, we pop in, if there is an image, we're gonna pop in an image. So in this case, like so, we're gonna have a lock. For now, I just want to render that and see. So I'm level 2 and there should be some posts that get rendered out. And obviously, is that showing? No, it's not, because we don't have. No, it should not be. It should be a post component. And now what we should see is post being rendered underneath. Come on, the demo gods are so against me today with this re-rendering annoyingness. You see the, I need to cut that, run it. This will render the posts. This doesn't happen when I'm not live, by the way. It's very struggling. Thomas, yo, what's up, man? He goes, long time no see. What's up? What's good, dude? You guys can see that. If a post is locked, it will show this locked. And you see how that's pretty cool, right? It shows like a link. If the image exists, it will show that, which is very nice. That's very, very nice. Yeah. If there's tier access, then we show a tier badge. Now we don't actually have the tier badge yet, so I'll create the tier badge. So that can go in here, tier badge.tsx, and this essentially is going to be a very simple component that renders a badge. So we've already done the badge. This just takes a tier badge and renders a badge off of it. So that's how we do it. Go back, render the tier badge. And now carrying on, we have a div underneath this. Wow, I don't know what's going on with my server right now. It's crazy. Once that's done, we got the post title. Put the post title in. There we go. I can't debug everyone's problem on a live stream, guys. So this is one of those things. So like if you do have an issue on yours, it could be because of something on your app or whatnot. But it's not an ignoring comment situation. I can't be debugging everyone's problem on a live stream. There could be a million reasons why your app is not working as to why mine is. Join the community if you want an answer. So in this case, we have a div, another div, which is relative. Let's go and pop this in. And then we have a lock pattern background. It's like a very subtle lock pattern background. It's kind of like a little kind of locked. You can't really see it. It's kind of like, it's a bit annoying, this one. I think it's mine. Kind of like if I put it at 50%, you'll see it a bit more, that locked. That's kind of what it's doing. You see the locks kind of there. It's kind of like I got bored and I had to figure out some kind of cool thing there. So same here, we have an inset. And then this will have, and then we have another div. And this is going to be, basically, this one's kind of interesting, right? So here we have, if there's post body, we're going to have this. And in the mix of it, it goes, nice try hacking the site, but you're not going in. Basically, sometimes people will manipulate the CSS. And right now, we're just showing dummy text. So this will never be the real text. Otherwise, they could just go into the CSS, remove the blur, and they will be able to see what's underneath it. So that's something which you may experience. In this case, under that. So, and then we have the premium content button. Yeah, guys, real talk, you're getting blocked. If you're negative in this chat when I'm live, you're out. And it's not a case of I didn't listen. It's like, it's annoying. I'm live streaming, I'm building, I'm debugging, I'm doing everything in one go. Chill. So in this case, and I'll say it straight up, I'm not gonna lie about it. It's if you do live stream, you go and live stream the kind of build in that case. That's what I would say. All right, so in this case, we got this down. I'm gonna go ahead and pop in the message circle icon and the created app we need to create. This one I need to actually build. So this would have, we need to create this component. So created app is gonna be created app.tsx. This one is going to be literally a case of we need to install React time ago. PM I React time ago. Save. And now this will go ahead and install this. This is basically a nice little React library. You pass in a date and it will tell you a relative time ago situation from it. And we import that. And now, in a moment, we should see that. Now, I messed up one thing here because mine should have been in an article I did not see. So this should all be wrapped in an article. All the way down here, article, like so. And again, my server is not re-rendering, so I need to cut it. This is because I'm live right now. It doesn't always happen, honestly. When I'm developing it locally, this does not have this same issue. Something about me streaming is causing that. But in this case, you guys can see that. We can have the post comments.length comments, and then we have the relative time ago that Jay added the post. And there you go. So that's for locked posts. That's working. So locked post is great. Again, you can feel free to watch it through, but these are the access levels for locked post. Now, of course, if it's not locked, it should render an actual post, right? And right now we don't do anything for that. So let's finish that bit off. So in this instance, if you do get past it, we show an article, and then we need to start posting the actual images themselves. So very similar approach here. This is going to be the Next.js image, start importing things as necessary. And as you can see, that these are the posts that we aren't blocked from. In this case, we have this. And we have the tier access with the tier badge. That was a direct badge, to be fair. And you can see, very nice. And then we have a P6 with the post body and the title. Portable text from Next Sanity. This one, is it portable text from Next.js? No, this is actually portable text React. So you can use that one, but I don't like that one. Let's do PMPMI, portable text React. Import that instead. And then what I want you to do is at the top, we're not going to use this. We're going to use from portable text React instead. And this will give me a bit of a nicer finish, to be honest. And then we also need to install typography into the app in a moment, which I will do. So in just a second, I'll do that. Let's just add in the time ago underneath our div. So this section, the message icon and the time ago. And there we go. The reason I'm using time ago here is because you could use create app. It really doesn't matter. You can reuse the create app, but this is already a client component. The other one was a server component. Hence I needed to have a inner child client component. Now here, the styling on the text doesn't look good, right? It doesn't look nice also. I mean, it doesn't look terrible, but it should be styled up nicely. So what we need to do is Tailwind typography. So this Tailwind CSS typography. So all you need to do is install typography into our project. So we do pnpm install-d Tailwind typography, and then you add in this plugin extension into our globals. So in our globals.css, go here and add in plugin Tailwind CSS typography, and now you can see we get a nicer typography up here. All right. But that one just looks weird. I guess how Jay's added that in, but the rest of them are fine. It's just kind of that. But to be honest, that's a good actually argument. So what we could do there is where the title is, maybe we have a margin bottom of 4 and a border B. You could do it. I mean, you could do something like that if you want to create separation, because it was kind of confusing with the bottom part and all that. Okay, cool. And now if you click it, it will take you to the post, which doesn't exist. Awesome. All right. So we've done the post rendering, which means that by default, the other bit will work, the filtering. So in this case, if we do this, you upgrade VIP, let's do backstage pass. It will show only backstage pass now. So only backstage passes come through. We show crew member, only crew member stuff will come through. And just like that, if we compare this to our version of the app, where is it? Yep. Yeah. The only thing that we haven't done right here is if we go to, I believe, is it rounding the corners? Yeah, I think it is, yeah. Yeah, it's just because the top one hasn't got an image, a nice one. But this is, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. You guys can see it's just these images aren't being fully covered through and through. I mean, to be fair, what we could do is right now it's object containing. We could make these images on the post. I think we should, yeah. I think these should be actually filling. So in object cover, because you're going to be able to click through it anyway. That's much better, to be honest. I think that personally looks much better. Yeah, that looks better. There you go. There you go. Some cool on the fly. All right. Now, what we can do is when you click it, we need to go to the post page. So this is the next page we're going to create. So, I appreciate you, dude. What's up? So now we're going to have a user app, user post. And inside of there, we're going to have a ID wildcard. So this is for routing ID. And then inside of there, a page.tsx. This will be RFCE. This will be the post page. Now, on the post page, we're going to have a few things. Firstly, we need the post ID, and that's in the post parameters. So over here, post / that wildcard. How do we get access to it? Well, we say params equals params promise, and then we await the params. Okay. Now the next step is we need to do a get post command, which we don't have access to. So we need to write this. And obviously, when we have this, we go into our sanity. This is a sanity get. So we're going to do a sanity lib post get post.ts, and we need to create a get post. Now the get post is fairly straightforward, no different to our previous sanities. We have a defined query. We're going to filter for all the posts. I'm going to get the first response that comes back where we match the IDs, because naturally there'll only be one with the ID. That's why the point of an ID. Then we do type comment, where we're basically matching all the comments to the parent, which is what we're going to essentially search for. And then we do a sanity fetch, and it's always from live because we want to have the live feedback element of it. So we then go ahead and we do import from get post. We do next navigation, so this will return a 404 if it's not found page. And now we have the post itself, and obviously because we wrote a new query, we have to do a new TypeGen. So we do pm TypeGen, and as you'll see right now, it's any, and in a moment that will be changed to a typed definition. So now it's typed. Wicked, right? So the next step is we have the main content of the page. So this is now going to be a main tag. So let's go ahead and just get rid of all of this, to be honest, and let's pop in a main tag. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to say if there's an image, we're going to show the image. Otherwise, we'll show a blurred image. Oh no, so here we're going to show an image regardless, but this is doing that nice effect that I spoke about previously. So we're actually going to have a cover photo for the entire image, and then we are literally going to have a clear centered image, which is containing. And this is a really nice kind of UI effect here. And this is a trick to styling it. You can pause and view how we've done the insert, but you make the parent relative, and then every child under it is then absolutely positioned relative to its parent container. So if the parent container is here and it's absolute top right, it will be only in that parent container's constraint because it's relative to the parent container. Okay, now what does that look like? If we hit save and I hit a refresh, if the demo gods are not against me, Moses, I appreciate you. That's very nice of you to say. I need to again kill my server. Super frustrating. I have to keep doing that, but it is what it is. Look at that. That is so clean. That is super clean. And that to me is how you nicely do it. So for example here, look at that. Look at that. Oh, the way it just snapped in. So clean. All right. So after that, we have the next section, which is the max width section. This is a kind of a UI designer way of doing things. I like it a lot. I think it looks really clean. So where the rest of the data has essentially, the rest of the information has a nice kind of maximum width applied to it. Let's add in the following, and now you can see, look, return to post, and you see how it has like the article limits. That's much better. All the kind of max width limits, that's much cleaner. Then we have a box which will show the badge. No, this will be not the badge, this will be component, and this will be a created app. And this will have the backstage pass. You see how nice that is? Look how clean that looks. We have tier access. Then we have a div with the post body and title, literally the same. You could probably even go as far as to, you know, change this to be fair. The portable text, this one I prefer to use, like I said, the portable text from React, not the IntelliSense suggestion. And then we have the following. So in this case, look at that. Oh, so clean, so clean. And that's obviously rich text being pulled from Sanity, which is so clean. Then we have a horizontal row. And what I love about this is the real nice bit, right? So what I'm doing here is outside the overall div. So this is outside the maximum width constraint. You see how there's a full line at the bottom, which is not constrict my maximum width. That's a really nice way of doing this. And then what we have is the comment section. So comments. So obviously comments we don't have yet. So I need to define what comment is. But if we were to get rid of that, you'll see that we already have this looking pretty nice. So you see, obviously comments will go under there. But already, just from that, we have such a nice UI. The only issue is when we navigate between, there's a subtle loading state that I don't like, that I want to fix. Now I'm going to show you a neat little trick. In app user, at this level, I'm going to create a loading.tsx. And I'm going to pop in the following, guys. And this is such a neat little trick. So we do site settings, get site settings is a server component rendering. And this is just the image spinning, and it's the site logo. And what I've done here is now just like that. So whenever there's an asynchronous blocking element to any of the pages, it will fall back using React suspension boundaries, which is by default a part of Next.js server component rendering. Every time we have some blocking call, for example, could be this get post. Anytime there's a blocking call, instead of showing the user like a kind of a pause screen, now we get this. Look at that. Very nice. See, now we get like a very slick kind of UI. Look at that. Super clean. So as it loads, it shows some kind of like loading state. And obviously you can customize that as much as you want. So next up we have comments. Let's do comments. Boom. Create comments. Boom. So in this case, we go to our components, comments.tsx, rfce, boom, we are in the comments territory now. So comments will take a post. We go ahead and pop that in. It's a client component because it's going to have lots of interaction around it. We're going to have two elements to this really. We're going to have the comment input and the, there's going to be a lot of things here that we have to account for. So I'm going to need an avatar. I'm going to need, so we need to firstly have an avatar. So avatar, what do I mean by this? Well, it's actually going to be Shadcn avatar. This is in Shadcn. We have this avatar component. It's this one here. It has a nice image and then it will fall back if the image doesn't exist. So we're going to go ahead and install this. I am absolutely freezing in my apartment right now. Wow, usually I'm not that cold, but oh my god, that is bloody freezing. Okay, so we've got the comments going on, and I'm gonna prepare a piece of state and a transition hook. So a few things we're gonna need. We're gonna need use transition, custom hook that we built, use state from React, Clerk, use user. That's all good. And then we're going to have has engagement feature. Now, what does that mean? Well, what we're doing here is has engagement feature. Engagement feature just means has the ability to comment, right? That's what I've essentially done. So if the membership tier is greater than level 2, because level 2 is when we decided that the free members can't comment. Only members who are level 2 or level 3, so crew member or VIP, has the ability to comment. And we've already set that up with entitlements. You can go ahead and do it that way. Now, to be honest, actually, you could actually, so I've done it based on the membership level here, but really you should have used you can use Schematic's feature flag here as well. So there's two ways you could do it. I'm showing you the membership tier, but you can also 100% use the feature flag to do that as well here. Okay, so let's start styling out. So firstly, I'm going to have a handle submit function at some point, and let's just write it out now. So handle submit, this will go ahead and prevent default submission. It's a form element I'm going to submit. If there's no post or no engagement, or you're not allowed to post, so you don't have the comment feature, you can't do it. So we're going to has comment feature. Let's do that. Yeah. And then start transition is basically an asynchronous wrapper. And while this stuff is happening, like while there is an asynchronous operation operating, the is commenting is true. That's essentially what start transition does. And we have a try catch block where we set the comment and we try to add the comment. We need to do this. This is a server action which we have not yet created. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this up. So start last name space y of 6. And then here, what we're going to do is we're going to have firstly the comment input box. Okay, this is going to be the comment input box, and then we're going to have the comments themselves. Okay, so two sections. Let's do the comment input box first. So firstly, we have a form with the handle submit attached to it. Okay, now you can use 100%, you can feel free to use the Shadcn form library. I'm showing you both ways, like I'm showing you how to do it manually, but do not stress, you can absolutely use that one as well. Okay, so we're gonna have a div with a bunch of things inside of it. Let's just go ahead and comment that one out for now. I want to show you what's going on here. So over here, let's pop in the comments. So at least you can see what's happening. Yeah, so here I want to have an avatar where the user image is the fallback and so forth. We need to import those from our UI. And you can see here is the beginning of what appears to be our input box. Then we'll have a div. This will have a class name flex1 because we want to take up the majority of the room. Then we're going to have a text area from Shadcn. So this text area, I like it because it looks pretty clean. So it's got kind of a nice little ring outline already. So we're going to take that. We're going to install this, Command J, pop that in as well, like so. And then in here, I always say to Jay, I'm like, Jay, this one won't take that long. This build won't take that long. And they just take, I get so caught up with how big they are. It's crazy. So I'm going to pop this in and I'll show you what's going on. So here, so text area. Okay. So firstly, import it. Has comment feature is the correct one. Now what's going on here? So we disable the text area if there's no user, no has comment feature, or it's commenting. A placeholder will change based on the ternary. We have the value. If the user presses the enter key while they're typing in, but only the enter key, like sometimes you want to press shift enter to jump to a new line. This is basically going to make sure that if you press shift enter, it's all good. But if you just press enter by itself, it will submit the form. And then the on change is as you type in, it will set the comment value. And this is just some styling. Heading down here, you can see here, hello world. And if I hit shift enter, you see how I can still shift enter, but if I hit enter, you see how it submits, right? So that's essentially what we just did there. Now, outside of that, we have a div with a button. So outside of that, we have a div with a button, which has type submit. Again, this is going to be has comment feature, and we're going to import our loader and the send. These are just icons. Okay. And as you can see now, hello, as soon as I hit enter, you see how it quickly just changed. That also acts as a submit button. Okay. Now, what we need to do here to basically make this commenting work is we need to create a add comment action. Now, what is that add comment action? It's a mutation function. Now, what is a mutation function? It basically allows us to add something to Sanity's backend. So we need to do two things here. Firstly, create an action called add comment.ts. Someone's dropping some reactions right now. Add comment.ts. And then we have use server. And over here, we're going to have two arguments that we pass in. It's going to be add comment, and which is the post ID and the comment itself. And then, of course, we are going to export the default add comment. That's all good. Now here, we need to do two things. Firstly, we check if the user's logged in, right? We use the current user from Clerk. I'll go ahead and give it. And if there is no user, we throw a user is not found. Next up, we need read or write access to Sanity. Now, if there's any error at any moment in time, we return a success, false with the error, an unknown error, or if it's an error instance, we return the error message. But if it's all good, here we go ahead and we add the comment, right? Add comment to Sanity. So at this point, if we just try to use the client, the Sanity client, right, which is in this one, this will fail. And this will fail for good reason, because we don't have an API key here. So what do we need to do? Well, we can copy and paste this. We can change this to admin client. And what I need you to do is just add one line inside of here called, firstly, we're going to change this to admin client. And I want you to add one line here, token, process environment, Sanity API admin token. Now, here, what I want you to do is go into your Sanity dashboard. So where we have, and how you get to that, you can do it a couple ways. You can either do it from your studio. I'll show you the easiest way. You can do it from your studio. At the top right, once it loads, we're going to click it, and then we're going to click on Manage Studio. Or you can do a CLI command, Sanity Manage. In this case, Manage Project. We need to create a environment variable. So the way you do that is you go over here, you go to API, tokens, add API token. Let's call it admin. Let's do developer, read and write access, save. Now, what I want you to do is I'm going to hide it for a second, and you see on the screen, I mean, it was just showing everything, but it's fine. I'm going to copy it all. Copy that. No, you know what? It's fine. Here's what it is. I'll re-invalidate afterwards. Copy this. And now in here, obviously you don't want to show people that ever, like what I just did. And then you want to create the environment. So environment local. Here, we're going to go ahead and do our token, which is actually Sanity API admin token. It's going to be this Sanity API admin token equals, not that. It's going to be the value I just copied, which is this. So I just copied that long value on the screen, pasted it in, and now admin client has a token which has read or write privilege. So normal client has read only privilege. So very important. Okay. Sidecat mono repos. Yeah. I try again. There's so much complexity that I cover at fast pace in my builds. Adding mono repos into the mix can get very confusing for new users or new students. So it's a balancing act of adding things to a build without overdoing it. Like right now, I'm going pretty fast, and we've still got a considerable amount to go. So yeah, await admin client, create, and this is where we can create a. So we import the admin client, and this is how we create a an entry into the database. So what do we need to do? We add in the following. We add a comment, a post, which is a reference to post ID that we pass in. The name is the user first name, user email, image URL, sorry, and then the comment. Hit save. And that in itself is the correct thing. And then what we did is we return success true. We return success true. Now, typically you would revalidate path and all those things. I appreciate you so much, Staycat Mendo. Thank you. Yeah. What you could do is you could either, there's a couple of things you could do here. Again, tons of ways to architect an app. You could return the completed post or the comment and then update the UI. You could, that's like a very efficient way of doing it. You could revalidate, which will then cause a revalidation. However, with Sanity, with the live content link, naturally, when you add to the comments, it will automatically validate the Sanity side. So Sanity's live connection will handle this. So we don't have to do the revalidation step. Again, fundamental understandings, important, right? Here, let's import that. And now, if we do it, if we've done everything correctly, if we go over here and I go to comments, I'll type in yo, and let's do add. You see, look, it's loading during the start transition. Sonny, yo on this post. And you see the post, Sonny, image clerk, team pop react, yo. Amazing. Perfect. Worked. Right? So now we just need to list the comments. Okay. So that's the next step. So what we're going to do now is underneath the comments. So here's the really cool part. Inside of the post, inside of get posts, right? We actually already got the comments. So as we updated it, the comments would actually get fed through already in the post. So the post, we don't have to fetch any new data. They're already inside of post.comments, which is pretty cool. Right, so in this case, we do this div. Now inside of this, we have post.comments, and you see now we have the posts. So we can say post.comments.map. For every single comment, I want an arrow function. I want to map through and show the following. We can have a div. And then inside our div, we can have, you see, look, the comments are starting to render out. We can have the avatar, which is the user's name, and the image of the user. Now this will fail because we haven't white labeled the Clerk image domain. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, because did we do it already? Oh, it's an avatar image. It's not an Next.js image. I was going to say. For a second, I freaked out. I was like, what? But you could change that to an Next.js image if you wanted, right? Yeah, you could do that. You could put it inside. Debatable, right? Then we've got time ago. Comment is created that. So this one. So we could do a few. So created at, this is actually underscore created at. This is underscore created at. And now you can see like 2 minutes ago, 53 minutes ago. And if I say hi and I hit enter now, we can see pops in like so. In a moment, it'll pop in. Hi. Now, obviously, they're not ordered correctly, so we have to fix that. That's an easy fix. But we also want to have, if there's no comments, what do we do then? So let's go to a post with no comments. So a post with no comments. So this has no comments. Click it. Now, what about here? I want to say, like, you know, be the first to comment or something, right? So what we can do is, before rendering this out, we can have a ternary. We can say, or you can do a ternary, or you could just have, to simplify it even more, you can have if the comments is, yeah, I think this is easier way of doing it. You can just have a neater approach, which is if is equal to 0, no comments yet, be the first to comment. And styling, I would just change it slightly to have it like this. And I would simplify that. There you go. Oh no, oops, don't do that. There you go. Be the first to share your thoughts. I prefer that. And then you say, no comments yet, be the first to share your thoughts. Amazing. Right, and then you say hi. And obviously there will be a comment. So now it'll show the comment and it'll get rid of that. Hey, nice. If I'm level 1 as well, I won't be able to comment. So if I show you now, if I'm level 1, boom, go through. And you see now, if I go, I'm level 1, and we go here. See, upgrade membership to comment. Hey, love it. All right, so we even have that in. So the only thing that we have left to do, guys, is the direct message to the user. So let's get that done. And then I believe, Jay, if you run through, I think we're good. So I'm going to go ahead and we can actually start building that now. So direct messaging to the user. What does that look like? So that would look something like this. Send direct message to user, and then we have this direct message, direct approach. So let's do that right now. So make sure you destroy that like button as well, guys. The retention today is awesome. So I really appreciate you guys. Let's see, layout user. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to have the layout user here. So I want to have underneath the children, I'm going to have a div, and this is going to be a fixed div, right? I'm also going to have a toaster as well, so I'm going to import that as well. So two things I'm going to set up now. This div is going to actually be a fixed bottom right, bottom 4, right 4, and it's going to be a DM button. Now the toaster we can do right now. Toaster is actually coming from Shadcn Sonny. This one. So we're adding Sonny, and then Sonny we import like so, because we're going to use that when we send the DM. Then we've got the DM button component, which we need to create. So let's create a DM button.tsx rfce DM button. Let's firstly just import that in. So you have to do a hard reload sometimes. Yep. And as you can see, the DM button is in the bottom right. All right, so that's fine. Just hit a hard refresh. When this happens, we can cut and rerun the server. That's what's happening there. Okay. So, Jay, if you have a run through of all the features, I believe we're good after the DM button. So what we're going to do here. So firstly, this is a client component. So client component, use client component. No, so do you have an update remove option or for post or comment? No, so the admin can actually easily remove posts on the dashboard, the admin dashboard. You can easily just go into the admin dashboard and just delete a post. So say for example here, you can just delete a post. So in the admin dashboard, that's already built. we have to do the custom VIP messaging bit, Jay, as well. That's the one thing we haven't done, custom VIP messaging. So we need to do the structure update there. So DM and structure, and then we're good. Okay. So what we're gonna do is, firstly, I need a couple of things. I need use path name, use user, use membership tier, use path name. There you go. The DM button. Now, if the path name includes the message, or if you're on the message screen, then we're going to return no. We also need to get the tier itself using our helper function. Now, if the tier is VIP, the user can message. So what we're going to do is we're going to return the button with a not Lucid Next.js and then the message icon. So if you are a VIP, we'll have a button which pops up nicely, which will showcase to the user and present. There you go. And then we will have the if you're not a non-VIP, we're gonna have a tooltip. So tooltips are this, and I like this because if we hover over this, you'll see that tooltip. So this is going to be super nice because it's going to be like, whoa, it's going to be grayed out, but it's going to say you need to upgrade to VIP to go ahead and have access to this. So in order to make this work, we install it like so. We then go to the top, we import it like so. And then we simply will pop in the following. So I'm going to hold it on the screen for a second so you guys can see it as well. And we have a lock icon. And as you can see, now this will change. The demo gods hate me today. There you go. Send message to creator. And as you can see, look, oh, lovely. Look at that. So if we hover over it, upgrade to VIP to message the creator. And this is the trigger, is the send message to creator, but we make it look like it's, you know, locked. And then the tooltip content is upgrade message to VIP. So what will happen is here is if you're not a VIP member, then it will take you to pricing and you will go to the pricing page. And at that point, you can go ahead and upgrade. So let's go through the flow right now. I hit that same issue again. Very strange. I'm not sure why that's happening. I feel like somebody is messing with my account, to be honest, because I've leaked my key. If I was to unsubscribe, cancel, let's do a manage plan. Nope, I can't. Cancel subscription. Subscription cancelled. Access to plan will cancel. Okay, that's annoying. I need to do one more check on an account. So let's go ahead and log into, let's see if this one works again. I'm in a very strange corner case right now. You lot will never face this. I have never faced that issue, by the way. So I'm not sure what's going on there. But if I log into with Apple, I just want to try something quickly, guys. Or something else. If I log in with GitHub, I'm just logging in with a different account. So I just logged in with GitHub. And it's the same user it connected me as. So let's create a manual user. I'm going to create a manual test user now. I'm going to say Sonny. Let's do, don't have a user. Let's do Sonny.Sangha plus test@gmail.com. Pop in a password. Let's do something. This is also a good little demo, actually. You guys can see for yourself. Jay, can you give me the verification code, please? I have it 861. Yeah, I'm in. And now let's see. Okay, so now I am, 1 second, let's see, level 1 backstage. Okay, so now if I add a card to the account, I will find out what went on there. That was a very strange situation. let's do it again. Again, even this bug, very strange. Didn't happen to me on my prep stage. So this is something I'm experiencing just now, to be honest. Let's do VIP. Add on 1 month copy, just test it. Boom. That'll run the payment. And then now we can see it's working. So we can click this and we go to our / message. So we need to create the / message page. So user message page.tsx rfce message page. This would be the DM messaging page. So at this point now we have, it's going to be a client component page. And this one, we're going to need a couple of things. So I'm just going to prepare ourselves. So standard things, we need the use user, use membership tier, use state, use transition, use schematic is pending. Now, that's the kind of preparatory steps. Now, firstly, we're going to check if the user is VIP. So we can go ahead and check very simply. We can do it a couple of ways. This is just a prime example. Again, you can use this approach, or you can use a feature, like how do they have access to the feature? So I kind of just didn't think about that when I built this, but yeah, you could just use feature allocation, feature usage has feature as well. So Schematic also have a version of it, but I'm checking membership tiers right now. But yes, you can also do the feature entitlement check. You can use Schematic feature, I believe, or use Schematic flag, and it'll say if you're allowed to use it or not. Now we will have a submission function, so I'm going to go ahead and pop that in now, explain it in a moment. This one will have the toast notification from Sonny, which will basically go ahead and show a toast notification as we send the message. We'll have to create a send message action similar to the commenting. If it's loading or there is no membership tier, then we will show a loader. In the meantime, if there is no user, we're going to say you need to be logged in. So very simple. If you're not a VIP, we're going to have an upgrade to VIP button. So if you somehow got on the page when you shouldn't have, then we're going to basically catch you, and we're going to be like, nope, you need to be upgraded to this. This is going to be a next link tag. And then after that, we're going to have the main return block. So this will be the main return block. And this one, we're going to have a div. What is going on? Yep. And then here we will have another div inside. And then we will have another div inside. And then we have the header section, and then we have a form. So the header section, I'm going to just pop it in so you can see. So the header here will showcase, oh, you know what? It's so beyond frustrating why my my server is just being slow today. So first up, yeah, so direct message create, because we're VIP, we get to this point. Now, under this, we have the form. Yeah. Now, here is the kind of the juiciness of it. So we have a form with handle submit. Now, inside of our form, we need to put obviously things. So we're going to have our div with all of this will hold all of our form objects inside of it. Then we have our label and our text area. So two things inside of here. This will be our label and our text area. So firstly, text area, we import it. The label will just be for message. Text area, similar to the comments. We just update, we do the enter trick to make sure. Also, if you've exceeded your feature usage limit, this will go ahead and be true because Schematic give us a nice little flag here. So we can go ahead and say a little toast notification saying, whoops, you've exceeded. It is a required field. You need to write your message, and that's perfect. And then outside of this div, we're going to have a div with a button, and this button will render the following. This will have a submit button. It's disabled based on any of these states. We've got a little bit of custom styling. If it's sending, it will show a sending message. Otherwise, if it's exceeded, it will say you reached your direct message limit, or it'll just say send message if none of those things occurred. So now the only thing we have to do truly is the send message functionality. If the result comes back as a success, we clear the field. We then go ahead and say you have, one of 3 messages left, or you've used up 1 of 3 messages. Otherwise, we show an error message. So send message is our final user action. So send message is going to be a server action. And this we need to go ahead and build out. So send message is going to be an asynchronous function. This one, we're basically firstly going to check if the user exists. If they do, then we're going to go and check that out. So current user, boom, like so. Next up, we're going to have a try catch. Now, what we're going to do here is firstly, if there's any error at any point, we're basically going to throw and return back an error like so. Okay. Otherwise, we need to step through it. So number 1, we need to check how much has the person on the back end. So on the front end, yes, we are checking if the user has used up their limits or not. But I also want to show you how you can do defensive programming on the back. The back meaning, let's say for some reason they were able to send that server action. On the back end, we're also checking if they've got their allocation. So here's how you check allocations on the back end. You basically will go ahead and do the following. So the client here, we need to create a import statement from lib schematic. We don't have this at the moment. So inside of our schematic in the lib folder, we're going to create a schematic.ts. Now this is going to be the following. So we have the schematic API key. If it's not present, we throw an error. Otherwise, we initialize a new schematic client with no caching. This is what we're essentially saying. I'm forcing no caching. At this point, we can now import it from schematic. So this will give us the entitlements. Now, entitlements will come back in a specific way. And what I'm trying to do is I need to check, is the event subtype sendDM present here? SendDM is the type that we activate for the user if they are a VIP. They will have the entitlement feature sendDM. Now, what we can do is, because we already have that, we can go ahead and check if they have, that's interesting. Why did I do that? DM feature. So event subtype sendDM. So once we have that, we can actually go and check the usage and the allocation based on the following. This will be just feature, and same with this feature. I had a repeated piece of code that I was just checking. Now, if you've exceeded your usage, what's up, mask coder? If you exceeded your usage, then you'll get a error message. Otherwise, if there is no feature, it'll say the user is not a VIP. Otherwise, we add the message. And how do we do that? We use the admin client. Remember the one with the read and write privileges. And we say new message. We create a new message type with a full name, email, message body. And then we can also, this is the most important part, we have to track that. So we have to actually track it on schematic. Now schematic, what we do is we do client.track. The event is sendDM. Remember, we set that up on schematic. We have to pass in the company and the user IDs as follows. Both are required. And then what I'm going to do is provide an optimistic updated UI. So updated DM usage, this is for the toast notification. I put a console log in to say this is like, you know, if we want to debug. And then what I do is I return success, the message, which is a new message, usage, and allocation. And what this means is I will be able to tell the user, okay, you have 2 of 3 DMs left. Heading back over here, we now have the send message, and inside of result, we have usage and allocation that got returned, and it should be able to say the following. So now, if we've done it all correctly, we should have VIP messages fire through. So, hi, Sonny. All right, so send message. Let's see. Sending message firstly worked. This should create a message here, and it says 1 of 3 used. Yeah, this is awesome. Again, sending message should say that. It should say 2 of 3 used. There we go. And then say, wow, oh my God, it works. Again, this will be our 3rd message. There we go. Now, if I try it one more time, ABC, ABC, we should try, and we should get, you've reached your direct message limit for this month. Boom, works. Now, if I go to the backend as well, we can also see VIP access. Look at that, guys. Send direct message limit. Bam. Limit has been reached. Absolutely awesome. ABC. See, if you try and send it now, you're going to reach your DM limit for the month. That's awesome. Okay. Now, the only thing that's not working here is we should on the front end have seen. So feature usage should have been send message. That's it. Yeah. So remember, we changed it to show the difference. Send message was actually the one that I needed to check. And now it won't let you even send it because you've reached your direct message. You could even have a link instead, which will take you to upgrade. Oh no, I mean, if you wanted, or you can actually look at Schematic's over usage feature, which will basically say you can still send a DM, but it's going to cost you like £5, for example. You can set that up. Overages, they're called. Okay. So with that said, now on the back end, this is great. You can see all of these. This is cool. Sender name's not there. That's interesting, which is wrong. So send message name. User.fullname. Because I'm a created account. Interesting. So user.fullname, or we're going to put the email address. Okay, that's interesting. So in this case, yeah, I mean, you got the email still, but the name never came through because we created an email account, not from Google, but from just an email address. So in this case, if there is no name, we're going to default to the email address, which will fix that issue. Okay. Next up, we need to have it so the admin can actually read and write. This is not very useful. Once I've acknowledged this and I acknowledge that as read, I don't want to then go out. Let's just type in Sonny for now here. Publish Sonny, because you would get past that. We will no longer have that issue. And here as well, Sonny, and publish. Okay. So let's create a custom admin UI here. So I'm going to show you how you can do that. And that is a very cool, powerful feature in Sanity. I've not seen anyone else do it on Sanity, so I feel pretty good about that. So in this case, what you want to do is go to Sanity. Oops. Go to Sanity structure, and here. So structure is where we have the layout essentially for Sanity. So what we're going to do is we're going to have all of the items listed out. However, for here, what we do is we simply go ahead and put this as an array. We spread all of the items in the array, except we say filter everything, filter out the message, anything with the message title. Okay. So now we've basically essentially eradicated the VIP message. So now if we go ahead and look through, refresh, if the demo gods ain't gonna lag on me, there you can see now we don't see messages. That's because I want to recreate that entry myself, right? So what do? We say, just arrived. Yo, what's up, dude? Just arrived once again at the point where Sonny shows unique things no one else is showing. That's it, dude. Appreciate you. So now we do a custom structure for VIP messages. Okay. So what we do, we say S list item, yes. Title VIP messages, and then we do the icon is the mail plus. So in this case, boom, mail plus. We can pull from Lucid. Now already with that alone, we should get. No, that won't work actually. VIP messages. But you see, it doesn't really show anything. Like that's an empty click. right? And that's fine because we need to show inside of here what actually happens. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a child node, which basically has a list of entries. Now I'm going to pop this in and we're going to break it down. So we have a child. So firstly, mail check, mail open. Okay. We have child nodes now. So when you click it, what happens? You have a child node that you see with either new messages or red messages. And what's happening is the children of those is going to be, for example, if we click on new messages. So if I'm in VIP messages, new messages, click it. We should see two messages. The reason why we see two is because its type message and isRed is not equal to true. And we order them. Same for the red messages. We say isRed is true. So for example, if I was to now go into red messages, we should have the one that I marked as red. So as an admin now, if we were to click in here and be like, okay, I'm reading through, you know, VIP messages. I can see this is cool. On email this person back. You can send them an email. You can mark it as red and then pow, you can do that. And then you see how it's gone now. Unread messages, second one. Oh, this is really cool. Thank you so much. Or I've emailed them back already. Boom, publish. Full admin functionality done in like 5 seconds. We had a custom VIP messaging portal. That is so cool. And now they've moved over to red messages. So it's just clever ways of using this stuff, which is I feel. And with that said, we just hit the, I believe, the feature final mark at 4 hours exact. So firstly, destroy that like button because that was well earned, I feel. That's awesome. So in this case, let's go ahead and deploy. I think we're pretty much good to go ahead and deploy. I think we are absolutely spot on. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and let's go and yeah, so we're going to deploy. So firstly, what I recommend you do here, type in Vercel. So you need to install the Vercel CLI tools. I've already done that. So I'm going to type in Vercel and it will basically initialize the build. But before we do that, I would recommend you do Vercel build, run Vercel pull. That's fine. Yes. Sonny Sangha projects, link to existing project. No. Keep all the defaults. Absolutely fine. And you can see download project settings, and this will just trigger a local build. The reason why you want to do this first is because if there's any errors locally, you can catch them, you can fix them, you can move forward with it, right? So let that happen. While that's happening, let's go to Vercel. And then that's something else. So in this case, let's go to, so what I want to do now is I'm going to go over to my Sonny Sangha projects, and then we've got the Reddit YouTube clone that is currently building, I believe. So no, not from Reddit. What am I talking about? Patreon. Okay, so it hasn't built yet. So okay, so here's what I was going to say. Yeah. So we had an error. Page not found. Cannot find module for page not found. So at this point, a not found page cannot find module for page post ID. That's weird. We have it. Okay, I'm gonna just try and deploy. So do Vercel, and what this will do is it will upload code. It will give us an inspection that we can go ahead and click on. So inspect, click on that, click on open developer. Oh, God. Let's go ahead and do that. There you go. And then go to here, settings, environment variables. And what I want you to do is take all of your environment variables, copy everything, copy or close it, go back over. And then I want you to paste in everything. So you see we've got all of our values being pasted in. And then you want to hit save. And that means we have to kill this deployment. And then we will trigger a rebuild. Vercel. and that will do a preview. So I'm just going to do a Vercel production build. So Vercel -- prod. Obviously, in real life, you use the preview, test it, and then you move forward with the production. But right now, 4 hours in, I think we're good just to do that. So we're going to push that now. And this is obviously broken locally because we tried to do a Vercel build. That's why it's happening. The main thing is now is this is building. I'm going to cancel the preview build. I just want the production build to start. So this one should start. Now, what I want you to do in the meantime is head over to your Sanity backend. So Patreon, YouTube clone, go to API. And what we need to do is, you see where we have cause origin here. Here, we're going to have to go ahead and Patreon, YouTube clone. So this is the Sanity Studio that was permitted access to it. But what we need to do is when we deploy to Vercel, we need to permit that. So what you want to do is go to settings and you will have a project ID, so a domain. And for example, this would be the domain for this one. So there's no deployment yet, but it will go out once this deploys. It will procure it and it will give it to us. So what you want to do is you want to add a cause origin and you want to do https:/Patreon YouTube build Vercel app. Allow credentials, yes, because we're using Sanity Studio there. You have to have credentials. And then what you do is you have access, given access to the Vercel app. So once this successfully deploys, now we have the ability to go ahead and make requests to Sanity and the cause is permitted. Otherwise, it does not allow cross-origin requests to go through to that URL. It'll be like, nope, we don't trust you. You're not okay. Now, the only thing I found is I do find that when I deploy with this stack, maybe, I don't know which part of this is responsible for this, but it takes essentially 4 to 5 minutes to deploy. Very long, way longer than necessary for some reason. But let that do its thing. In the meantime, we can go ahead and debug a few things, or not debug, break it down. So today, what did we essentially cover? Well, we covered tons of features inside of this app. I'm actually going to go ahead and run it locally so we can actually give a little breakdown as that's doing it. But yeah, we almost are there. We're almost at the end goal right now. Retention has been awesome. I think a lot of people don't know what Patreon is. That's what I've realized, because we got that question a lot today. Patreon is a creator platform, a creator support platform, essentially. You can support your favorite creators. But this is essentially what we built. I think my computer just dying for some reason, right? So let it load in and you see sign in to view this post. So that's the placeholder that I spoke about before. If we were to sign in right now, let's go ahead and try sign in. And let's do my papareact.team email. So this one should be should be a fresh account, to be fair. Let's give that a go. And while this is happening in the back, let us do this thing. Quick water break. And there you go. Now we have our app running in. Give it a second. Level 1 backstage pass. This is cool, right? Now we can go ahead and, for example, click in, read the document. We need to upgrade our membership. Okay, I want to upgrade. I'm going to click this. And now once we click this, support my work. Let's go ahead and add in a payment card. Let's do a 4242. I'm actually going to hide my screen because it's going to pop up. That was a close call. I'm just saving the card. 1 minute. Okay. Oh, so what, you know what happens? It does actually save the card. It just takes us a while for it to update. That's interesting. So in this case, we change the plan. Let's go to VIP. Let's go to coffee, a cup of coffee. Pay now. And then we should see that we are VIP. We can go ahead and send a message to the creator. Hi, Sonny. Enter. Sending message. It should say 1 of 3 used. There we go. Go over here. Let's navigate to the app. Boom, we have the beautiful looking app. All access is unlocked now because we have full access to the user's content. And this is great for many reasons. Imagine you're a creator, you're whatever, you have a fan base and you want to release content to an exclusive audience. So essentially, I mean, we kind of built an OnlyFans, to be fair. I mean, that's what we kind of built without realizing. Yeah, we really did. And then you type in the hello world. So in this case, it will go ahead and spin round. This will go ahead and update to Sanity. We have full payment flow, full authentication flow, and Sanity back in the entire thing, and Schematic obviously to handle the payments. Really, really powerful stuff. Now this, if we go down here, you see what I mean? Like this is kind of taking quite a while to get past this, but this wasn't happening before. If it takes too long, I'm going to go ahead and showcase the rest of the deployment inside 0 to full stack hero. However, it does deploy. I have done it before the build, but this debugging step might take like 5 minutes at a time to test the redeployment out. But once it's done, what you will hit, I actually have a real deployment here, Patreon Next.js build. So once it's done, you will hit a build similar to this. So what I'm actually going to do is I might wrap it up there because this will let the other one deploy. Let's see what it says. Let it be okay in the background. But in the meantime, we're going to do a wrap up because I think it's only worth, you know, it's not worth waiting for the 5-6 minutes. It could be so many edge cases right now why that's lagging, let alone my server lagging and everything else. So what we're going to do is, yeah, when you sign up for Clerk, please go through the link in the description. It's super important. It allows me to do this stuff for absolutely free. Same goes for Sonny, same goes for Schematic, right? Make sure you guys go ahead and update, click through the links in the description. It makes a massive difference. It means that I can bring these builds, and trust me when I say these builds take a tremendous amount of effort. Bear in mind, it was only 12 to 14 days ago that I done a previous live stream. So in that time, I have been grinding it out to get this next build done, and I will keep them coming. All I ask is you subscribe to the channel, you smash that like button, destroy the damn like button, and enjoy the content and share it out to as many people as you can so we can keep on spreading the value. And I appreciate every single one of you, Papa Fam. So this is absolutely a shout out to all of you. Look at that, guys. Oh, it did deploy. Oh, moment of truth. I'm nervous now. So it did deploy. I was thinking, I didn't feel settled with it not being perfectly deployed, but let's try it out. Let's give it a go. Moment of truth, guys. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's do /studio. Firstly, amazing. That looks great. Sign in. Let's log into my popreact.team account. And this is live, by the way. So it did deploy in the end. Amazing stuff. If I log into Google, this one should be this account, otherwise it won't let me in. There we go. I'm already a VIP because that was what we just set up. Obviously it's using the same database instance. That is absolutely sick, guys. 1 minute, let me go ahead and this requires this right now. Look, this is live, new messages. Let's go ahead and give it a try. So if we do it right now, this is live. And that's on the live domain right now. We should see it pop through. Bam. Absolutely sick. And as you can see, guys, works. If we go ahead, mark it as red, it will now move away from the VIP messages. There you go. Absolutely awesome, guys. Full functional Patreon clone with full payment flow, everything in the mix as well. You guys learn how to have subscriptions, add-ons, the full checkout flow, annual payment plans as well, usage tiered, usage based pricing. Essentially, it's been 4 hours. You gotta cut me some slack. All the invoices, everything, payment flow, all the Clerk authentication, dynamic components, dynamic text, and everything off the back of it. Absolutely sick build. Fully mobile responsive as well. This is ready to go. Awesome build, guys. I hope you've learned something new. If you have, like I said, just drop a comment. What was your favorite part? And if you're watching the replay, be sure to let me know in the comments down below what your favorite part of the build was. As always, guys, it's your boy Papa React. Make sure you use all the links down below. And if you did find any of this too difficult at any moment, please feel free to join us over at papareact.com/course, where we teach all of this in the most depthful way possible, which is live coaching calls every single week. I put my heart and soul into the course. We have some OGs in the community as well. Zero to Full Stack Hero is where it is at. I just want you to go onto the website, papareact.com/course, click this video and watch this video for yourself, and it will just explain everything that I'm talking about. Everything is in that video. You'll see real students, real success, and real education. That's what I'm talking about, guys. So thank you so much for joining in today's video. This has been the Patreon 2.0 clone. And as always, guys, I will see you in the next video. Peace.